Good evening and welcome to the DBN Game Day Live's presentation of the Virtual Diplomacy League. I am Brandon Fogel, and joining me in the studio tonight are David Hood and Brian Sheldon, and we are going to give you coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League's games. Welcome, David and Brian, with some neat special sound effect that was not coming from this part of the studio. How are you guys doing tonight? David, welcome. Tell us a bit about yourself and where you're coming from and how you came into diplomacy.
Well, I'm David Hood. I live in Hickory, North Carolina. I've been playing diplomacy for a long time. I came into the hobby when I was a senior in high school. Our risk group decided we couldn't stand luck anymore, so we found the game of diplomacy and never looked back. And many of those same high school friends ended up playing major roles in the diplomacy hobby in the early days. But I'm still here, unlike the rest of them, and I'm looking forward to doing some commentary tonight on some games.
We're glad to have you back. David, this is your first time doing commentary in a little while. You missed the last couple, I think. So it's good to have you back. And for those of you at home who don't know, David is the anchor of our news show, Deadline News, which just dropped its second episode yesterday, and you can find that on our YouTube channel. Joining us tonight as well is Brian Sheldon from the state of Vermont. Brian, tell us a bit about yourself and how you came to diplomacy.
Hi, Dr. Fogel. Thanks for having me on. My name's Brian Sheldon. I'm back in my hometown of Vermont, but I've lived in a lot of places. I started playing tournament diplomacy in New York City when I was looking for a couple of games, and Chris Martin said, "Let's rent a car and go down to a tournament in Virginia." So I said, "I have a car," and since then I've been playing. Some years more than others, but a couple tournaments a year probably since I think that was 98. So and been enjoying. These days I enjoy more organizing than playing. So I've been, I was the prime weasel when I lived in Chicago. I was the head of the New York organization when I lived there, and now I'm gonna have to start organizing some games in Vermont. So.
Oh, I look forward to it. Maybe another Vermont tournament to draw the folks in. You and Dave Miletsky can get together and figure that one out.
There you go.
So my name is Brandon Fogel. I have been playing diplomacy in a serious way for about 4 years now. I played about 15 or 20 years ago. God, it's actually hurts the brain to think about. With some grad student friends, and I still was friends with about half of them after the game, and it did not. So we didn't build any sort of community there. But I came back to it sometime later and joined the Weasels in Chicago. And Brian Sheldon was one of the people who came. You weren't there when I first joined, but you came within a year or so. And we traveled to a couple tournaments together, had a great time, had a lot of battles in Chicago, some good memories, some other kinds of memories. And it's glad to have you on the broadcast tonight. It's great to see you here. Tonight, we are covering the Virtual Diplomacy League. This is the second time that we have covered this league. This is their first sort of regular game. And they have two sets of games today. There were 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. The 2 in the morning have completed. And part of the strategy here for the Virtual Diplomacy League is to have multiple time slots so that people in different time zones can play in ways that are convenient for them. So I think there was 1 European. They almost had 2, but the hope in the morning games. But the hope is to get more Europeans for that. And then the evening games is convenient for the North American crowd. And I do think we have at least 1 Australian as well. So I think it ends up being a morning game for them, bleeding into the afternoon. All right. With that, why don't we turn to that first game, which is coming to us. Oh, let's look at the lineup for the first game, first of all. And see, I'm not good at this yet. I need to. Why is this not working? There we go. Okay. Technical difficulties. Here is the board for the lineup for board number 1, which is the 11th game in the Virtual Diplomacy League's season so far. In Austria, we have Advait Arunav, who's coming to us from Singapore. And Advait is he's familiar now to people in this newly growing virtual face-to-face community. He's played with us a few times. He's been we haven't gotten him on the air yet. It's been something we've wanted to do, but maybe we'll be able to later. Not sure about that. In England, we have Eber Condrell coming to us from Chicago. He is a Weasel, and he's familiar to people who've paid attention to these broadcasts. He's played a bunch of games, and he's definitely made some noise here. By the way, these numbers on the right side of the screen, 001, 020, these are tops, survivals, and eliminations that they've had in the league so far. And that number 38th and 15th, those are their standings, their place in the current league standings. So Advait is 38th, Eber is 15th coming into this game. In France is Eric Grinnell from Kentucky, who's currently in first place in the standings, thanks to a board top, 2 survivals, and 1 elimination. In Germany, Ben Kelman out of Pennsylvania, playing his first VDL game. In Italy is Klaas de Graaf from the Netherlands, who is a very accomplished player. He's one of the moderators in WebDip. In Russia, we have Mark Utterback coming to us from Nebraska. And in Turkey, we have Hal Schild coming to us from Virginia, who is 14th in the current league standings, thanks to 3 survivals, but no board tops yet. So with that, do you guys have any comments you'd like to make on the lineup here? David,
well, there are some real tournament veterans here and diplomacy veterans. I would suggest Italy is being played by a veteran from Europe. Eric in France is obviously a veteran. You mentioned Eber is a relatively young player, but man, has he played a lot of diplomacy in his young career. And Hal has played in Turkey, has played, I think all 3 of the virtual conventions this summer so far. So he's been playing a lot as well.
Yeah, it's great to see Hal and Eber in particular, stepping up and playing a lot more so that we have new blood in the hobby is always good.
So do you know Hal Schild? Have you met him before, Brian?
I think I have played one game. I think I played one game with him. I'm not remembering the venue, though. I apologize.
No problem. All right, let's dive into the game, see how things went this morning on this board. So the way that we like to do these broadcasts now is to split up the analysis between East and West. David, Brian, you're the newcomer, so we'll give you the choice. Would you rather call the East on this game or the West?
Why don't I take the West, I guess?
All right, we'll give you the West. And then the question always comes to Italy and Russia, and we typically let whoever's wherever the units are determine who's talking about them. Yeah, you guys can work that out as we go. And so David will be taking the East. David, we'll start with you. Here are the spring orders for 1901. And tell us what you see.
Well, we see a couple of things that you usually see, which are bounces in the Galicia and bounces in the Black Sea. I say usually see them. Actually, it's great if you can figure out a way to avoid them because it really wastes a lot of units. But unfortunately, that's often not possible. And here we've got the bounces. Let's say the Russian, overall, the Russian opening is extremely standard. The Austrian opening is pretty standard. The Turkish opening is pretty standard outside of for the Chicago crowd. So the Italian would be the one I would point to. That we don't see this very often, but we see it some, where the Italians not only go to Trieste immediately, but also follow it up with Venice. Sometimes if you go to Trieste without the follow-up to Venice, it's a deal with the Austrians, and it's totally okay with the Austrians. This is probably not okay with the Austrians because it means that the Italians not only would like to take Trieste, they'd like to keep Trieste.
And with a player like Klaas de Graaf making this move, there's little question that he doesn't know what he's doing, right? So
he knows exactly what
he's doing. All right, Brian, let's go over to you in the West. What do you see? What jumps out to you?
All right. Well, the German opening is fairly standard. Well, in fact, that is, I expect like 80% of all German openings. The 2 things that I noticed are the self bounce in Burgundy. David was talking about bounces being a waste of tempo, and I would like to know the thinking behind that particular waste of tempo. You cannot anger the German and protect Burgundy in a less wasteful way, I would think. And the other thing I noticed, and the screen is very small. If someone has some tips on how to make this bigger, that would be useful. The English army is in Edinburgh, correct?
Yep, that is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally love that opening because it gives you flexibility. And worst case, you can protect London against a potential sea lion by convoying that army back to London. So either with the bounce or with the dislodging of the North Sea, which you can't protect anyway, but yeah, so I think this is an underrated English opening because of the fears of angering the Russian. So anyway, I usually open this way, but I think I'm in the minority. So we'll see what Eber does with it.
Got it. The big danger here for England is if France opens to the English Channel and to Picardy, then the convoy to Wales is guaranteed.
Right.
So, but he gets away with it thanks to Eric doing neither of those things. And the self bounce in Burgundy, I've started to see this a little bit more now. And we've seen it in some of the tournaments and talked a bit there about why it might not be, why the loss of, David, you were talking about the loss of tempo from bounces between two different powers. This is a single power inflicting loss of tempo on himself. What are the positives and negatives of
well,
this?
Again, this is also from a player that knows exactly what he's doing. Unlike, if you'd seen this from somebody who was playing in his first game, that'd be one thing. But Eric knows exactly what he's doing. My suspicion is that he's slow playing on purpose because he's currently listed first of the standings. And so you don't want to appear to be too scary. You're already playing France, which is seen as one of the stronger powers. You don't want to be seen as too scary in the beginning. At least that's what I've heard people do. I never care about that myself. But I think that people do this because they want to say, look, I'm in Paris. I'm not in Picardy. I can't threaten Belgium. You guys go ahead and deal with Belgium. It's not my deal. I'm just going to go ahead and take Portugal and Spain and be Mr. Friendly. So that's my guess on what he's doing. Of course, we've already talked about the negatives. It does strand the guy in Paris who now does nothing. And if you're doing that on purpose and you get something out of it, great. But you sure don't want to do that unless you've got a reason.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would be interested to hear Eric's reason. But maybe he knew that the Italian was opening to Trieste, because he's also sacrificing a fleet on the south coast of Spain. Which is like, a second to loss of tempo if the Mediterranean is your target. So yeah, it'd be interesting to hear afterwards our leader's reasoning.
All right, let's push ahead here to the fall, and we will see in the future if we get any intel on that. Here are the fall 1901 orders. Brian, we'll stay with you in the West, and here is what you got. Tell us about what you see.
Let's see. Well, we have the bounce in Sweden, so that is pretty. These are, who is the Russian? Russian is
Mark Utterback.
Okay. So I'm wondering if there is an American European kind of style thing there. So I think and it's been a long time since I played in Europe, but when I had the set people up and there's still a bounce in Sweden is a very American way to play, I find. So that doesn't surprise me that with two Americans on pushing those pieces there. Look at the Barents though. We have the army, the army convoy to Norway and the fleet in the Barents. That often says Western Triple, or at least EG.
This is also a heavy suggestion of Western Triple, isn't it? But Germany getting Belgium uncontested. Yes.
Well, actually, that might answer our question from earlier about why Eric played France slowly, because they were planning on a Western Triple. So.
If so, it's your point about the fleet now not being in the south coast of Spain is a big one, though, because it puts France at a big tempo disadvantage. Potentially, we'll see if it ends up mattering. Eric is a skilled enough tactician to recover from a small setback like that. David, let's go over to the East with you. Tell us about it.
Well, I think the most interesting thing in the East is that either this was an AI all along, or Austria and Italy have now worked out whatever difference there was in Spring of One and have made it into an AI. So
what makes you say that? Because
of the fleet onion into the Aegean. If there was going to be an AI war, the Italian fleet would sure not be going to the Aegean. So I think this is, it's often a setup for an AI alliance that the Turks take Trieste, or in this case Budapest, doesn't really matter which one you take one of them with the acquiescence of the Austrians, so that the Italians can get the extra tempo by going into the Aegean. So now you've got position on the Turks with that fleet, and the Italians can still build the fleet because they got the build, in this case, from Budapest. So I think that's clearly what's going on here. And it's hard to know whether that was the original plan or whether they've simply worked it out through negotiation during this phase. Of course, the Russians went in and took Romania. The other important factor here is the Turks not going to the Black Sea, but instead moving west with their units. I'm sure they assumed they would at least bounce in Greece. They might have assumed they were actually bouncing the Austrians in Greece. This might have been a snooker play where the Italians are snookering the Turks to waste their moves here, although I'm not sure what else the Turks could have done. But it's important to see that they didn't go to the Black Sea. So at least the Turks at least think that Russians are going to be their friends. And that may turn out to be true now that there's pretty clearly an AI alliance going on.
Yeah, the Italian army in Budapest. We've seen this some recently as well. And how does that affect the potential stability of the AI? Brian, we'll send this one over to you. Is this something you're familiar with? This way of moving the AI forward?
Yeah, I have not seen this myself at all, actually. So I think it's interesting, especially when the other thing that backs up David's analysis that it either became or was originally an AI is that Venice went to the Tyrol. If it's a stab, then he's going to go to Budapest and to Trieste, right? So, but they're definitely setting up for position against against Russia. So, I mean, I'd love to see how this fleshes out, especially if they have time with a Western triple coming around, especially with the French tempo disadvantage. So yeah,
I really like the sort of stratagem here of moving to Budapest instead of staying in Trieste for the Italian, because now the Italian army can actually do something.
Yes,
it's right on the front line. I actually like this a lot. If the trust is there between Austria and Italy, this could really help you to get that extra unit in play.
And to be clear, there was a massive amount of trust that Austria gave to Italy at this moment, for exactly the reason Brian said. This army could easily have gone to Trieste. It would have destroyed Austria. And instead it goes to Tyrolia, presumably to Bohemia next. And presumably Trieste will go to Albania. And then all their units will be forward in a useful position. So let's see if that's what actually happens here. We will do the winter builds. In the west, we see 2 fleets, which is very Western Tripoli. In England, we have another army, which also is Western Tripoli. Germany, with their 3 builds, does put down a fleet, which is still consistent with the Western Triple, but it's a way that Germany can be more secure within this. And no surprises from Austria or Italy. Russia goes with the army to give it the most flexibility up there, and a fleet from Turkey, which says, I need to do whatever I can to hold the line. All right, let's move forward here and see what happens in spring of 1902. And we were last in the West, I believe. So let us stay there. Brian, is that right? Or do we go? I can't remember. Brian, we'll go with you in the West.
All right. So, yep, my immediate reaction is looking at the French fleets are being shifted for, to all 3 of them heading for Tunis. They did get another army into Norway. Yeah, that's kind of a whooping.
No, they didn't actually. The army from Norway supported itself was supported by barons into St. Petersburg, didn't get, and so the convoy bounced.
Oh, so convoy, yeah.
It's a wasted move, yeah. Most people would have gone to Finland here, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that just for it's still a guess, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta and yeah, because I mean your guesses are kind of the swing for St. Pete, which is what they chose. You guess at Finland, or you guarantee Sweden.
He can't both block Sweden and defend St. Petersburg. But England should get St. Petersburg here anyway. So
yeah, I think that. It's still a guess. No, it isn't. It isn't a guess because the Baltic can cut Bothnia. So.
But I'm sorry, Warsaw went to Moscow.
Yeah.
So this not going to Finland here is a big deal. England should not. So this is Russia potentially choosing who's going to be the loser in the alliance that they're facing. Brian, a quick comment on Hold and Picardy. What do you make of that?
I mean, I think that sounds like, from having played with Eric quite a bit. He's the person I played the most with on this board. He's very good at trying to seem small. I mean, he could have maybe put it back into Brest or something, but why? I guess you could. The only reason to move it back away from into Brest, if you're trying to stay small, is that you can convoy it to North Africa right away. There's a little bit of a tempo game there, but
if you're Germany, don't you insist that this army go back to Paris or to Brest?
Yeah, that would be. I mean, you can try to insist things with Eric, I suppose. But, I mean, because what did this is a point of technical. Is there some way to expand the screen? Because it's very hard for me to see. I'm sorry.
If you could make your browser full screen, that's the best you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to because he went. Yeah, I mean, I would have kept if I'm Germany, I would have kept an army in Holland and moved the rest forward.
That's what I would have thought.
Yeah.
All right, David, let's go to you in the east. Tell us what you see over there.
Well, there's two things you can do if you're an Eastern power and you think there's a Western triple. You can immediately make peace and send your armies west as fast as you can to try to hold the line. Or you can try to take some stuff from your target in the east and then build against the Western triple. So assuming for the sake of argument that the AI even thought there was the Western triple coming, they've decided to do the second option, which is go ahead and kill Bulgaria, send units, to the east. Tyrolia's moved to Venice. I'm not sure I get why you would not either go to Munich to slow them down or go to Piedmont to slow them down, either one. Yeah. So the move to Venice is almost like, I'm not sure there is a Western triple, and I want to not sort of encourage one by going against the Western powers. I'm not sure. But at any rate, the theory here must be go east, kill Turkey as quickly as possible, use those builds to build defensively, and send your units back west as soon as you can. I mean, if you're facing a Western triple and you're in the east, it's a little unclear which one which way is the best to go. So I don't fault either of those choices as long as you do them correctly. And they did it correctly here. The Turkish units, the Bulgarians not only gone, the Turkish units dead, as you would expect in this position. The Russian move to Moscow, you guys have already talked about. It's interesting. It's probably not shocking in the sense that could he really hold Warsaw anyway? He'd have to really sacrifice almost everything to go back and try to hold it.
Well, he could have bounced either Silesia or Prussia.
Yeah, but then you lose St. Pete for sure. Yeah. I mean, the argument, of course, is you're going to lose St. Pete anyway if England and Germany stay together. There's no mathematical way to keep it. But it's also possible that he's negotiating, trying to turn that alliance back. I mean, we all look at the Western triple and say that's a triple. It's only a triple for a while. At some point, it becomes a double, and a double plus one or double minus one or whatever you want to call it. And so I'm sure that there's a lot of negotiation going on by the Russians, by the Italians, by whoever, trying to turn somebody into something. And Eric's unit staying in Picardy gives you some things to talk about.
Yeah. And, one strategy would be to try to make Germany a monster and scare the other powers into breaking up the triple. All right, let's move forward and see if that's how it works. Fall 1902. Let's stay in the east with you, David, to start out with.
Well, no shock that the Germans not only take Warsaw, but convoy to Livonia. That's classic Western triple behavior. Finally, the English do go to Finland. I know that's not really, well, it's sort of the east. Anyway, the Italians going to Venice is interesting, and Trieste, and they've decided that a way to fight the Western triple is to take as much stuff from everybody as you can.
Oh my God.
And so that you can build closer to the front or something. That's quite a thing to do. I mean, I'm not sure that's not the right move. I mean, it depends.
Well, but he could have had Romania here, right?
Well, but if you really want to defend, and if you're the Italians and you know how to play, which Klaus does, and you really want to try to defend, do you need the Austrians who are already sort of behind the lines anyway, or can you take their place by building two new armies after you take their stuff, and instead keep the Russians around longer because they're more useful to you in defending against the triple? That may be what his thinking is here, and he may be right.
Well, I mean, I can see either making a deal or stabbing for two, and getting the two fleets facing France, But the third one you're going to have to build in Venice, and you might as well and you're already there. You could have used, instead of that stab for Trieste, you could have bounced them out of Piedmont and built 2 fleets anyway, and been in a better position.
But Venice will be open for a build if we're going.
Right. Yeah, Venice is open for a build, right? But or you could have a unit there already.
Well, if you're going to stab Austria for 1, you might as well stab them for 2 because you've already pissed them off.
I mean, maybe the negotiations broke down. I would say, look, we're all going to die if I don't slap down 2 troops here. So
this is a big, bold move, I have to say. I mean, because look, he could have had Romania, right? Romania was guaranteed with both of these units going. Wow. He's going to have an army in Venice no matter what. He could have just let he could have worked out a deal with. Let's see. He still needs he needs another fleet down here, right? So he needs 2 builds.
But he didn't own Tunis yet, so
yeah. So he's getting right. So he could have worked out a deal with Austria. My worry for him is just that he now has lost an ally, and he's going to have to fight people on both sides.
Well, he may have made a deal with the Turks. That's what I'm saying. If you got to cut somebody out in the east,
we lost David.
Yeah, right. But I think where David is going with that is that if you're going to cut somebody out in the east, who cares whether it's A or T? Yeah.
All right. All right, we're gonna drop David. We'll see if he comes back. All right. Well, we'll see if the strategy works on. The West seems to be relatively uncomplicated, except maybe for one little tidbit. You want to tell us about it?
They gave. So yeah, that now we know why Picardy stayed in place because Eric insisted on it to get Belgium as a German state at 6. So. German takes Warsaw, and now we'll see what Eric builds with it. So,
all right, and Germany's build will be interesting. Presumably an army. A fleet would be a change of direction.
It'd be an interesting time to stab.
Yeah, it would be. And then this army, it's going to be a little thorn in the side for a little while. All right, David, welcome back.
Thanks.
Here are builds. We do see an army in Munich. We see an army in Marseille as well. It's an interesting build, right? It's not one that he can use immediately against Italy unless he can figure out how to get this army into Tuscany or Tyrolia. Elsewhere, we see Austria giving up on the north and hoping to keep a consolidated position in the south. And Russia gives up on the fleet. Very interesting. So Russia presumably hoping that this is a giving up on England. Actually, this is saying that England is not a possible ally for me, and therefore I don't need to keep this fleet. Will only keep Germany against me. So, all right, let's see how it works out. In spring of 1903, David, let's go back to you. What do you see?
Well, the Italy had 3 Austrian centers, and now they've got 1. I see that. The Turks are taking Bulgaria back. I mean, what I see is lots of black arrows. There's a lot of action going on in the Balkans. It could be that they've tried to strike some kind of defensive deal between all of them to do something, but man, French have already taken Tunis, which they were going to take.
They were guaranteed to take it, weren't guaranteed to hold it, though.
But I mean, I agree with that, but they're going to now. Goes to the Adriatic with the fleet.
Yeah, he's clearly decided something did not go well in negotiations.
Yeah,
whatever.
I guess it was going to be a tough sell to work everything out, I reckon.
It's Happy Birthday Turkey, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, he was on the ropes, but the Western Triple always bails the Turks out, almost always. Yeah. Because it's hard to really be able to. It's hard to get the units to go east, kill the Turks, and defend against the West. It's just a hard assignment.
All right. Well,
Russians are going down, in Moscow already too.
Yeah, we have a lot of countries trading places. We have the Red Balkans and the Russians are moving to northern Austria.
Brian, tell us about the West, because there is a lot of activity there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out we have the north to Denmark. I find fascinating.
And Norway goes to Sweden.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not. It's not.
Belgium goes to Holland. That's crazy.
So Norway goes to Sweden with support from Finland, dislodges Sweden, which retreats to Baltic.
Oh, that's what that means. That makes okay.
Because Baltic went to Livonia, but Belgium goes to Holland and Marseille goes to Burgundy.
Yeah, so I mean that I was I was curious why he built that army in Marseille, unless he thought that they could get it through the Tuscany or the Tyrol, like we talked about before the builds were put down. So to go to Burgundy, that was curious at first, and then he walked to Holland. So now it makes sense.
Who's ever seen the Germans stabbed in Spring 03 in Western Tribble? That's never happened before.
Even with getting Belgium in 01, right?
I can't stand Western Tribbles, and this is exactly why. It's just a big fake. Yeah. And somebody's being flim-flammed. You might as well do the flim-flamming in the West and don't bother the East.
Yeah, because now the East is imbalanced, right? So like Germany is now fighting in England without any possibility of Russian support. So it's this is the big danger of the Western Triple if you're Germany, is you have nothing, you have no fallback plan.
Right. Well, and I think it's a little early though, because they're still rolling. So
now there's two of them rolling. Two of them are still rolling.
Yeah. I mean, it's much harder for France to take Moscow and hold it, which is being done now. I guess that's the chaos. I guess is good for the stabbing players, I suppose. But
you don't like the stab, Brian? It's clearly coordinated by England and Germany, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. And now that you've shown the position like that, I like it better. Because basically, we just had a little rotation. The black pieces have moved to Russia, and the pink pieces have moved to Austria.
Yeah, I mean, lesson for Germany, right, in a Western Triple. If you're going to do this, you cannot commit this hard. You have to leave pieces behind to keep them honest. And don't let Eric Grinnell keep the tip of the spear against your back.
Yeah, because he stabbed him for 2 now, one was probably a deal with 1 unit. I mean, that's
a bad deal, right? Like, not only does he get the dot, but he's left a unit now right next to your other dots.
Right.
So. All right. What do you think the odds are we see Tyrolia get supported into Munich by Burgundy here? Any chance?
There's some chance, but there's some chance, but it's not a strong one because Class is going to know that's a mistake on his part.
Yeah. Well, but he may be. I mean, he's clearly decided to just throw his units to the east. So, all right, we need to pick up the pace a little bit. So, let's have a look and see what happens. And Brian, we'll start with you with the 4 pieces that are left in the west.
Everything else is in the east. Oh my god! So I'm looking at the bounce of Bohemia and Burgundy. I'm wondering if somebody expected a support they didn't get.
No, so Holland was supported into Kiel by Denmark. So this is just a follow up to that.
Oh, and Baltic pulls it down for the bounce. That all makes sense then.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So it's a bounce from behind thing, repositioning, holds Munich or holds on to Moscow for the so that he doesn't. I'm not sure how many he goes up or down with that.
He's going to lose 2. He's going to have to pull 2 units here.
Okay. But Livonia is wasted. And
it offered to support St. Petersburg. That was cute. All right, David.
Cutting St. Petersburg to defend.
Well, I just have to say, Scandinavia is a big disco ball. Look at them moving around in a circle. That's awesome.
Yeah, and good tactics by Eber here. It gets the fleet positioned onto Baltic, so he'll be able to have really secure position in the north here. All right, is there any sense to make of this? What looks to me like a big dipsy doodle in the east, David?
It is a big dipsy doodle in the east. That's and to the benefit of the Turks, among other things. As we mentioned earlier, the big push against the east for Western powers typically helps the Turks, at least in the short term. But the Italians, don't end up losing Trieste because Trieste goes and takes Budapest. I guess they've worked out a deal, and maybe so because now the triple is falling apart. Austria is trying to think, well, how do I get back in this game? And maybe one way is to, instead of trying to hold Trieste, which I can't hold anyway if the Italians really don't want me to keep it, maybe I'll just go to Budapest instead, which he does.
Yeah, this looks like a savvy tactical play by Advait, actually, with very limited options. He cuts Albania, he goes to Budapest here, so he's essentially guaranteeing that he'll at least keep Serbia, and he manages to guess right. Budapest was supported by the Italians into Serbia, but because Serbia wasn't dislodged, the support to Trieste into Budapest still holds.
Yep.
And so Advait's gonna stay at 2 here. Obviously not looking at a path to the board top just yet, but he could stay relevant, especially if there's a border here with France. More likely, it seems to me.
Where there's life, there's hope.
All right, let's I'll call the builds out, and then I'm going to ask you guys to tell me who you would want to be on this board. So give that a bit of thought while I'm calling out the builds. We see England put down a fleet in London, very French friendly, with a fleet in Edinburgh, which gives him lots of tactical flexibility. The French, for their part, put down a fleet in Brest, which is can be argued as ambiguous, but is yet another knife at the back of an ally from our familiar face in the West. An army in Marseille to go with it gives French pretty strong position here tactically overall. Turkey puts down an army in Khan and a fleet in Smyrna, which makes perfect sense. Russia, interestingly, pulls the fleet. I suppose there wasn't a whole lot of tactical work that the fleet could do. They'll probably try to pull that army down. And Italy, hoping to keep the music going as long as possible, pulls units that are simply on the wrong front for him, or at least lesser positioned. Okay, who would you guys most want to be on this board? David, we'll start with you.
France, for sure.
Oh. Yeah, I have to agree. Especially with those fleets on the wrong side. I'm expecting West Med to go to the Mid-Atlantic.
Well, I mean, the one thing about that is the army in Marseille makes sense, but so you can go to Piedmont. So given the fact that makes sense to go to Piedmont, and you can definitely justify, but I need another fleet which can go to the Western Med. I mean, that's
it's an argument, right?
Mid-Atlantic. What?
It's an argument. Is it a good one? I mean, would you buy it?
So, because the English were building anyway. It's not like a fleet Brest really does anything the English. Yeah. The French have plenty more potential in the Med. Eric would not do some kind of goofy one fleet stab against the English at this point. It would make no sense at all.
That's where I was. I was sort of thinking that Tunis has been claimed. It's going to be a long time before you get to Venice or Rome. The Turks are gonna backfill to the Ionian the units that the Italians just pulled. I was sort of thinking that take the gains that you've gotten around Italy and start to and go win the West.
He doesn't have enough. Eric doesn't have enough force to do anything. So it would be a gnat stinging a little bit, but it wouldn't be. You're not throwing a hatchet into England. You're stinging him with a gnat. It's not going to be enough to matter.
I think. Yeah. Well, how do we then? If we're Eric, how do we get there then? Right. I mean,
again, Army Marseille to Piedmont.
Yep.
You're already getting a bunch of units in position, and it really depends on what the Italians do here. I mean, they weren't really trying to defend all that hard against the French. Honestly, they were doing other things. They've just gotten rid of the Ionian fleet, which means that. I'm not sure that the French don't still have potential in the Med, in addition to the fact that they could still work with the Turks, for example. I mean, there's lots of negotiation possibilities here.
It'll be interesting to sorry, go ahead, Brian. You want to make a last comment?
Yeah, that's a possibility. I'm just trying to think, like a turn and a half from here, where you, unless you go now as Eric, as the French, where you can make any damage against the English, because you're so far away from the closest dot of his to any of his position is London.
I just think it's too early for the French to even be thinking about that. It's only winter of 2003. Your targets are Germany and Italy, and they're still meat on the bone to go and get. As the jackal here eating on the carrion, there's still stuff to eat.
At some point, David, though, don't you have to worry about, if you're France, don't you have to worry about England? Because England has fewer enemies than you do. or at least has more access to dots maybe going forward than you do. Do you have to start worrying about England not having any obstacles?
You should always be cautious, but I don't think being cautious about your ally getting too much means that you do stupid things like a one dot attack, like a one fleet attack against the English. I mean, it's just there's not a situation here where Eric could hurt the English in any way. I mean, the English just built an army in London. That what exactly is Eric supposed to do to the English? I think he's got to negotiate with the English, make sure that the English actually get some stuff so they stay happy with the moves. I mean, with the alliance. I mean, I just think it's way too early to think about that. Now, I will say that part of my answer is probably influenced by the fact that I come from a time in the hobby where you played more long-term alliances for a longer period of time and stabbed later in the game. And nowadays it has become almost, well, gosh, my allies got one center more than me or a little bit better position than me. I better go ahead and stab them now. No. I mean, why not go and kill some more stuff? The East is still a jumble. Go take advantage of that. I mean, there are various people to negotiate with. You can negotiate with the Austrians. There's all sorts of possibilities down there if you're the French.
And we should say that the scoring system may actually be a bit of a factor in a decision like this, because they're playing under tribute, and tribute rewards a board topper well and extremely well the bigger the board topper is. So there comes a point where if you stick with an alliance too long and you've let your ally get too big and you can't pass them, then it's counterproductive. You actually haven't scored that well. So if they know the scoring system well, then they may be looking ahead, and that can prompt an earlier stab than even if it's not as effective at gaining position, even if it's only effective at slowing down and rebalancing the board somewhat. That sort of thing is more encouraged under a system like Tribute than it would be under something like Draw Based. Or
everything you just said is right, Brandon. And yet, if Eric does anything to Eber right now, he's making a total strategic blunder, which I don't expect him to make, because
it wouldn't work well. It wouldn't work well under any scoring system.
He can't do anything to the English. The only thing he does is get the English mad at him, and the French can't even hold Holland and Belgium at this point if the English want to do something to them. So it really would be an ineffectual move against the English, in my opinion, at this point.
Yeah, fair. Okay, let's move forward here. I have to say, by the way, I expect this army to go to Burgundy and Burgundy to go to Ruhr here, personally. France to make a play for the northern dots rather than commit too heavily to the south.
That could very well be. It's a good idea.
Let's find out. And Brian, tell us what you see in the west.
Yep. No, I think you were you were right across the board. He did not move north. He moved on on places like Munich by bouncing Kiel and walking to the Ruhr. Did he? And Rome falls, which is
no, Rome doesn't
fall. Okay, sorry.
We'll let Dave handle that. What do you make? What do you make of Eber's move here? This is actually very surprising to me. I assumed that Sweden would go down to Baltic supported here, and instead he goes Denmark to Helgoland.
Yeah, I mean that seems to me like he was a little bit worried about the Brest fleet build. Mm-hmm. So because there's a lot of forward progress to be made, and yet they just got done setting up the Germans, pushing them so far forward so that the stab became useful. Maybe he got a little twitchy.
This is interesting, David.
That just looks like a tactical mistake to me on Eber's part, honestly. So even if you're worried about the French, you'd still rather go ahead and get the Baltic dealt with while you still can.
Secure those German dots.
Secure that permanently, stuff, and then worry about the French. Because again, what were the French going to do with one fleet in the English Channel? Nothing important. So
on the other hand, what if you have made a deal? What if you're England and you've made a deal with the Germans that you've agreed to switch sides if they'll work with you now?
Actually, that's a good point. That may be what's happening. In which case, it would be not a bad move. Although, again, if I were the English, I would still consider I'll just kill the Germans and then attack the French with those builds, maybe. But we'll see.
All right.
But what you want me to say is something about the East, because that was supposed to be my job, right?
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, well, the East is about to have one fewer player because the Austrians have now lost both of their dots, and I don't see them getting them back. So Russia, Turkey tried to work together from the beginning. They're now marching west as much as they can. You can see that the Russians aren't worried about the German centers in the middle of Russia. They're worried about making progress in the south because the Russians know they need the Germans to stay alive as long as possible at this point. So the other point I want to make is the Turks continue to march west. Again, if you've got a lot of pressure from a strong Western triple or Western alliance of any kind, that typically benefits the Turks, and it certainly has done that here.
Yeah, and then AI conflict on top of that is just a cherry on top.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, let's keep going here. Fall of 1904. We'll stay with you in the east, David. What do you see?
Yeah, the Austrians had that little tiny, hope. Well, I've retreated to Crete now. So that's the end of them. The Turks have decided, though, that I'm not sure how much they need the Russians. So they took Sev, they took Rum, they did a lot. They took Serbia, Romania, and Sevastopol.
Yeah,
and they're in the Ionian. I assume working now as much as they can with the remnants of the Italians. Interesting situation there. Again, the Russians had to retreat to Moscow because the English kicked them out of St. Pete, and they decided to stay, which you can't blame them at that point.
Yeah, and so Russia's going to end on 2 here. Yeah, interesting.
Doesn't have much left, though.
Turkey actually held in the Ionian, presumably just a misorder. Let's give credit to Glazer here. Did he make no, he didn't have to make a guess. Interesting. He supported the Turk into the Tyrrhenian Sea. I wouldn't have gotten it anyway because of the French orders. Okay,
yeah, let's bounce, but it looks like it was a misorder on the part of the Italian fleet. The Turkish fleet. Sorry, the Turkish fleet.
Yeah, well, it's a question of whether, maybe he was undecided what to do. Whether to. At the very least, you would support into Greece, so it's probably a misorder. Okay, Brian, tell us about the West because there is some action here.
Yeah, it looks like the fight is on, but I was wrong about the mover or like who's going to start it. So I'm trying to see if there's if like you guys were positing if the Germans were in on it or just
the German army in Kiel supported Norway into Holland.
Yeah, so then you predicted that on the money. So I love the convoy all the way through the Helgoland to Holland, and even guessed right on. Well, it's not really a guess on Munich. Held Munich, took Holland, and set up to build a fleet in London. So game on.
England's picking up 2 here, so we're going to see a big switch in the score here. So currently Eber is at 13 points and Eric is at 29, which isn't a big score, right? Because it's still fairly early. He's only at 8, but watch what happens to the score when we switch to the next time. It's a complete reversal here. Eber jumps to 8, 1 ahead of Eric, and he's the one at 29 now. If Eber can build dots, the score will increase dramatically, especially if people don't get eliminated. But we can talk about that more some other time. All right, let's talk about builds here. We see 2 fleets down for Eber Condrel. Well done. He will be in English Channel and Irish Sea. We'll have some work to do to get into Mid-Atlantic, but he is full scale going on anti-French here. Eric, for his part, disbands Tuscany, which is a gift for the Italians, who look like they have a real good shot at surviving this, although probably as a Turkish vassal state. Austria maintains at 1. Was that something we missed? The retreat?
Yeah, I certainly missed that they were able to retreat. I missed that they retreated there. That's what I missed.
Yeah.
I guess there's only so many things the Turks could do with their units.
I know, right?
They had to allow that. It's a short term.
I think we can agree that this army in Bulgaria is not long for this game.
I definitely missed that, but that's okay.
All right, and so Turkey drops an army and a fleet down here. All right, really quick. Would you rather be Turkey or England here, or still France? Brian, start with you.
Well, let's see. Turkey's got 1 dot in pocket. The Austrian dots are falling, whereas the English, in order to grow, need to depend on an actual reasonably sized Germany. So I think I'd rather be Turkey. You can do it all. You can do most of it yourself here.
David?
I'd rather be Turkey also. Eber is a good player. I'm just not sure this was the right time. And And this is exactly what I was worried about earlier. The score at this point means nothing. The game is not going to end anytime soon. Why would you even care what the score looks like? I'm not suggesting that, Brandon, you're wrong to point it out. The audience needs to understand how the scoring works and how that score just changed. I'm saying if Eber was thinking, Eric is ahead of me, I need to get ahead of him. What? Yeah. I mean, you go kill him later.
Yeah, presumably not. I mean, I think we were just pointing that out for educational purposes.
Presumably, the issue here is, why would you not go ahead and take out your share, which was going to be significant, of the German centers, which are the ones harder to take in the long run if you're the English fleet-heavy England. Go ahead and take that stuff and then stab the French. The French were not making significant progress anyway, so you were probably going to outstrip them. I mean, the problem with moving to the Helgoland instead of taking Baltic was you tipped Eric off. So now Eric has moved to the English Channel, which slows things down a little bit. So I don't know. I'm just, maybe it'll work out for Eber anyway. I mean, and bully for him if it does. But I would rather be the Turks in this situation for the exact reasons Brian mentioned. Turkey really can do almost anything they want here, unless maybe the French and the Italians team up or something.
Brian, you agree with that analysis, or do you have a different?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think the real decision point for me, if I were pushing the blue pieces, would be what Ben's wanting to do here, right? I think if Ben is 100% on board and willing to be a small power, then you can start making some gains, but you're gonna have to put him into places like Paris and Marseille because he can get there faster. In the meantime, you're gonna take all the fleet stuff, which is like David said, easier for a fleet heavy England to take. So yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll be the counter argument here. The reason I kind of like this move, or at least I certainly see the argument for it, is that with those 3 German armies there, if you do believe that Ben is willing to go full force with you and be a junior partner in the alliance, and I have to say the pull of the fleet in Baltic certainly signifies that. If you believe that, I could see you believing that you may not actually be able to work to fight against Grinnell later if you don't make the move now. So you've got these 3. It's like if those 3 armies will work for you, then it's great to have them. And then this all depends, I think, on being able to get into the Mid-Atlantic and securing Portugal and Spain. If you can do that, if he gets another 3 dots, it's going to be tough for him to not top the board. It will depend on Turkey mopping up in the west, or in the east rather, and Italy is still there, right? So anyway, that's the argument for it.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I just sort of noticed and that I really love about the English position is he's protecting all of Scandinavia with 2 units, right? He's protecting 4 dots with Fleet Denmark and Army St. Pete.
Yeah.
So that opens up. So that's how you win a fight, right?
I should break in. I'm not saying the English position is bad or anything, and he may still end up topping the board. I'm just saying I'm not sure. Even given the Germans getting rid of their fleet, which I agree, Brandon, that's a significant factor here. But once the Germans get some builds out of this, which you assume they're going to, why can't they put some fleets back down and become a power again?
Yeah.
Whereas you had your foot on their neck. Why would you let them back?
But this is, David, I think this is actually a balance of power moment that is the sort of thing that you're either not used to or don't like, or both. It's a different way of playing where you don't want to let things go too far. Like, I think your mentality here is kill the Germans while you got the chance, right? And yeah. I think the counter argument here is no, keep the Germans around so that they can help you. But to do that means letting them have some viability. So not just the 2-dot Janissary, but 4 dots with the potential to get another one and maybe sneak back into it if they can.
You're making a good point, and you're right that I do not typically look at the game as a balance of power game as some people do. Here's why I don't. You keep the Germans around and maybe they help you. Maybe those units help you.
Yeah.
You replace those units with blue ones, those definitely help you. That's the issue. I mean, the more little guys you keep around, the more chance those little guys start having minds of their own. Whereas if you turn them mostly into blue units, those units you control.
Yeah, you would definitely, if you took out Germany, you would definitely guarantee yourself a 1, 2, or 3 finish. The question is whether you maximize your chances to top the board by doing that. The argument
I'm all about stabbing Eric here. I'm all about it. I just think it's probably a year too early. I mean, we'll find out. If I'm wrong, I'm perfectly willing.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things where you don't know unless you play the same game 100 times, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a counterfactual thing.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're luxuriating a bit too much, and we have 3 other games.
Well, this was an important game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, let's move forward here. Spring 1905, and let's start with the East, and we'll give Brian a second to try to untangle the West. What do you see in the East, David?
Well, the main thing I see is the French continue to push east against the Italians instead of pulling back out into the mid-Atlantic, for example. And the only thing I can think of is Eric is thinking he can either figure out some diplomatic way out of his problems in the West, or he's trying to get a build that he can then use to build in Brest or somewhere to build a unit back to defend. It's interesting. He may be trying to work things with the Turks, which if I were him, that's exactly what I'd be doing, is trying to make a deal with the Turks.
Split up
the Italians. Because, once you've got your enemy and you kill them and then you go do other things. So that's maybe what he's thinking. Obviously, the Austrians have gotten out in the sense of going to Serbia. The Italians. Because good for him.
If you survive this game, man, this will be an accomplishment.
There's no question about it.
Right.
It's pretty awesome.
All right, let's turn to the West, see if we can untangle this
mess.
Before
we turn, look left, Moscow.
Yeah, just walked out, and England walked in.
Yep,
that's a nice gift. And can't be kicked out except with German assistance.
Right.
Which perhaps will be forthcoming because
Kiel is piffed, right?
Kiel is not piffed. Kiel goes to Ruhr. The French army in Ruhr is piffed. But England has done a double reverse here and has taken Kiel away from the Germans and convoyed into Holland behind. And it looks like the English army the French fleet in the English Channel participated in the convoy invalidly, but the interface doesn't show that. What do you make of this, Brian? This is
my hats continue to go off to Eric Grinnell. That is like all of these arguments that David was making about the stab being too early. I'll bet you were whispered into Eber's ear, and it's not even, and it's working too, right? So
well, all except for this little guy.
I mean, yeah, Eric is tap dancing, but he's making the right offers. Because he's in trouble if he's. We talked about whether Ben was on board, and I hope he's not now. But the two of them versus Eric is he's going to get rolled. But if he can split them up, and it seems like he did. Well done.
But if Eber can keep both of them fighting while taking dots off of both of them at the same time,
even better.
All right, let's keep going here. Fall 1905. Stick with. Oh wow, this was a surprise actually in the West.
Wow.
All right, so I'll help disentangling the interface. The German army in Ruhr is popped by the English and French collaborating to do that. Eber keeps Kiel. So this was a big risk by Eber that that France and Germany were not going to work together. The big surprise to me here is that Irish doesn't go to the mid-Atlantic here. I would have expected that with London being supported in the English Channel.
I would have. I can see going to the North Atlantic as in order to not have to force English Channel and walk in behind him. But was that a self bounce between the North and London?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they just each went to the other.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going here. I'm sorry. Did the East? There was a collaboration here.
Yes.
Sorry, David. Let you talk about it. No, we already talked about it. I'm sorry. Never mind.
Well, we have not yet. No, we have not yet.
We haven't. Oh, okay, then go for it.
Although there's not a lot to talk about. I mean, the Germans and the Russians didn't get together on who was going to take Moscow from the English, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the Germans still thought there was something he could do. Maybe the English said, "I'll leave." Who knows? But there was a bounce there, which means the English get to keep it. The Austrians are still alive. No, they did not lose Serbia. The Italians did, however, lose Rome because the Turks, cut the Naples support. That's kind of what I was saying earlier, that the French and the Turks maybe start talking about, which I think was the right answer. I mean, what has happened here is that Eric and Eber have made up. And I don't know whether that's because Eric convinced or because that was always Eber's plan or something. But they at least, in some sense of the word, have made up, or at least Eber wants Eric to think so that Eric will leave the English Channel. So Eber maybe he's doing a sucker play here against Eric. Who knows?
I still think the following up to English Channel would have.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, this is the exact opposite order I would have done what Eber did. I would have attacked the Germans, take their stuff, then move against the French. He's sort of done it the other way around. We'll see how that turns out.
Well, let's see. So as far as builds go, here we go. 2 armies for
good gracious.
I get the army in Edinburgh. I don't get the army in Liverpool. We have a kaleidoscope of colors in the east, with Russia keeping their lone army in Budapest. And Eric gets to put 2 units down here because he had an army piffed in spring. So starting to wonder if Turkey may have passed up their shot here by not successfully eliminating, say, Austria before attacking Russia. We'll see about that. All right, spring 1906. Let's stay with you in the east, David.
Yeah, I don't think the Turks have lost any tempo here at all, really. I mean, a kaleidoscope means the Turks are in charge, I would argue, because it's so hard to coordinate. And the Austrians have just lost their unit. Did the French took Naples? I don't think that was the plan for the. I don't think the French
took Naples. Yep.
I don't think the Turks were expecting that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And maybe the Turks didn't realize that the English and French had worked things out, because Mid-Atlantic was clearly going to North Africa. So I don't know. Maybe he was being promised something there, but I'm not sure I would have done that. I would have gone to Tunis or something other than that, because he was clearly now going to be back in the sights. Now the friendship had dawned again.
Yeah, well, this is the danger of letting Italy get dismantled without having pieces in position to get the dots yourself. He was always going to be reliant on French help there, and the French shrewdly didn't give it. Speaking of shrewd, tell us about the West, Brian.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out where England thinks his next dots are coming from. I mean, I guess he's going to shore up the German dots with the armies he has on there. He's sort of sacrificing his defense of now with Moscow 5 dots with 2 units by following up. What's the goal here? Sevastopol?
Well, he's going to pick up Kiel and Berlin.
Sure.
This looks like a masterful job, I have to say, of Eber. He's topping the board by 2 and keeping the second place person on his side. He may have to give up Munich here to the French as price for that, but he'll end up a dot ahead.
Will he, if he trades that? Where's he going to grow out of?
Kiel and Berlin.
Okay.
Eventually Warsaw.
Warsaw.
Yeah.
Because there's no army in Norway.
See, I'm going to go back and say this was the turn. If I were Eber, I would have built the fleet at Liverpool and gone against the French. I mean,
yeah.
At this point, it's time to jettison the French. They've done all they can really do for the English, and it's time to jettison Eric and go attack him.
All right.
There are way more dots in France and Iberia than there are left in Germany.
All right, let's see what happens here. Let's start with the West. Brian, tell us about it.
Let's see here. So just positioning the armies into Russia, because you need an army in Livonia to take Warsaw.
Lots of red arrows here.
Lots of red arrows. Yeah. So we have. We've traded Berlin for Munich, like you talked about. Is that a bounce in? Belgium?
There's a bounce in Belgium here. Yep.
That looks very. That feels very arranged to me.
No, it could be arranged. Yeah, easily.
And this. Look at all that wasted tempo.
But I have to say, I don't think he's going to lose this. I don't see how he can lose the board top. He's still positioned to at least set up a defensive wall against France. I don't think he's positioned to actually take dots off of France, except maybe conniving Belgium or something like that. But I don't think he needs it to top this board.
Nope. Well, I mean, but he is. If he gets to Warsaw, that's he's already. Well, he just gave away Munich. I mean, I was thinking. I'm thinking about 18, not thinking about the.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Why would you bother with? Why would you stop at the topping the board? That doesn't mean anything. You haven't won anything. You didn't get 18 centers. What kind of game are we playing here?
There is definitely something that could stop him, at least from getting the board top. And it's growing in the east. What do you see?
Yeah, the Russians are dead. The Austrians are dead. The Triestians are dead. Turkey's rolling here, which is what you would expect when there's such a jumble there in defensively. I mean, it's too bad that he let Eric sort of outmaneuver him in terms of the fleet battle, which he has sort of let that happen. But otherwise, he's doing fine. I mean, what he really wanted was for Eber to attack Eric, which did not happen. I mean, I'm not saying he should have attacked him this turn. He should have done something different last turn. But, you know, if all Eber cares about is topping the board, then maybe this makes sense. But I would argue maybe, because who can grow in this situation? The French, not the English, really much after this. So who knows? I mean, it depends on how long the game goes. But
interesting to see the Italians support the Turk into Budapest here, while the Turk takes Trieste. That may have not been totally.
That may not have been the deal, but it may have been the deal because I mean, Italy at this point is a vassal state, and they're going to have to act the vassal.
So we enter here 11, 10, 10 with just a couple small powers left. Let's find out what the builds are. We got another Army Liverpool. 2 Army Liverpool builds here from Eber. Well done. 2 armies from France, who is not clearly not interested in picking a naval fight with England, but probably looking to secure Belgium here. In the south, we have 2 armies. This is like the smiley face set of builds from Turkey. You see this a lot of times in the late game. And Italy conceding Vienna here. And this is a race now. If Eber could get Belgium here or Munich, that would help his cause a lot. All right. Let's see here. Spring 1907. Let's start in the west. Brian, what do you see?
I see. Yeah, made him force Belgium. Is that no? That's a bounce. It's a convoy that bounced from Brest.
Yep.
Still moving armies forward. Yeah. It seems like Eber is most concerned with Warsaw by getting army into Livonia.
Yeah, I think he's going to get Warsaw.
I think he is. I think he is too. But I think that there are faster ways. What else? And we're going to take on Italy overland now as France by going to Piedmont and the Tyrol. They're all everyone's friends in the West.
Well, I mean, the East is not going to take me long to talk about. It's mostly just the Turkish fleet, Turkish units trying to get up to the line. I mean, that's mostly what's happening.
With Italian help.
Italians are trying to help him into the Ionian and all that sort of thing. But again, not surprising. As I said earlier, the Italians are a vassal state at this point. No. Munich to Tyrolia, Marseille to Piedmont.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, and it may be that Eber did not move against Eric. I hate to go back to this again, but that's really the most important strategic decision in this game so far, is that he didn't do that. And maybe his concern was that if he does that, the Turks top the board. Maybe that was his concern. So, you know, I don't know that I can fault that too much. Obviously, it's a race between the 3 of them. I still sort of like the Turkish position. At some point, the French position, though, is really strong here.
Yeah, I mean,
what I was worried about with Eber's move is who's going to be more likely to get more stuff. I mean, he's going to get Warsaw, obviously, and there's a lot of armies there. And can the Turks really defend against the English? And we're getting ready to find out.
All right,
but it's going to be a race.
Let's see what happens here. And David, let's start with you.
The vassalage in Vienna is over. The French were unable to take Venice. Which, again, I don't think any of that's all that surprising, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't see any surprising moves in the East at all.
All right, let's go to the West then. Brian.
Just moving forward to take Warsaw and is he setting up to take Munich back from the French? No, because that's a fleet in Kiel.
Yeah.
This is a. I really do not like that arranged bounce, that repeated arranged bounce
with the convoy.
with the convoy.
Yeah. This looks to me like Eric has decided not that he just can't top the board, and so isn't really going to try. And Eber sees that he doesn't need to take any dots from Eric in order to do that. So maybe there's something like, he thinks Eric would throw the board top to Turkey if he even tried. So
yeah, I gotta say, I think you're right if the board top is the concern, but I can count 18 from here
for England.
For England, because I think he's going to beat, like, if you're Turkey, you got to get to the Mid-Atlantic to take Portugal, and you can get there faster as England.
So you would like turn it into a race between England and Turkey.
Yeah, that would be my inclination.
One thing that I have not been mentioned, none of us have mentioned it, we probably should have, is this game had kind of a time limit on it, right?
Yeah, but it finished well before the time limit.
Okay,
so
I couldn't remember exactly what the time limit was.
In fact, this is where it finishes. It looks like they pushed some orders through anyway, but this is the state of the board when it finishes.
Yeah, the last set of moves. I mean, this sounds like 2020 hindsight, I suppose, but that last set of moves felt a lot like positioning for an agreed upon score kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, especially that convoy, right? So we agree to not give away Belgium. So how can we do that without moving forward and scaring anybody?
So you know what? I'm just finding out that there's a hard stop in 1908.
Oh man, that changes everything.
Yeah, I did not realize that. So this was going to be the last year, no matter what. Actually, so
I take back a lot of what I've said for the last hour.
Yeah,
because if you're going to end in 1908, then a lot of the considerations I was talking about are irrelevant, and you do things that are completely short-term thinking.
Yeah, and it does seem to me that Eric probably concluded that he couldn't top the board. If he fought England, then Turkey would get it, and if he continued fighting Turkey, then England would get it. So either way, he doesn't top.
Well, I think Eric, in his heart of hearts, thought that he could guess right for Venice and give himself the board top.
Maybe. It still wouldn't have gotten him there. He needed another dot. But all right, this is how the game ends. Let us congratulate Eber Condrell on a board top that will.
And Eber, I seriously, I had to take back some of what I said because it was irrelevant given the fact that the game had such an early time limit. Never mind. You played this really well.
Yeah, let's just have a final closing comment on this. And then just so everyone knows, Brian is actually going to be leaving us and Siobhan's going to come on. Brian was only slated for one game tonight. This is his first commentating experience. So any final thoughts, Brian, on this game?
I'm pleased to have to be replaced by Siobhan. I'm sure she's going to do better than me. So,
David, any final thoughts?
Well, I would just again say, well played, Eber, and please take the comments I made under the theory that I didn't realize this game was going to end so quickly.
Congratulations to Eber. This was it struck me as a really strong diplomatic game, a decent tactical game. Didn't have to do too much that was fancy, but sort of kind of a masterful balancing and rebalancing of the West to his advantage. Stabbing Germany, then getting Germany on side while stabbing France, and then reversing again and getting France on his side. It's a real ping pong that can lead to a good board top in diplomacy. And he did it.
Agreed.
All right. All right. So Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Hope you had a good experience. We'll hope to get you back on the live stream at some point.
Sounds great. All
right, man.
Actually, we didn't say anything about Hal's play, and Hal really bounced back well and played well to get to his position. We should say that too.
Most definitely.
All right, Brian. Let's see. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. All right. And now let us welcome to the live stream Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan.
Hello.
Coming to us from an overheated
I apologize for the shine on my forehead. It is 1,000 degrees in California right now, so y'all are just gonna have to deal with that.
And you've got a little bit of a fan going in the back. That's what we hear.
Yeah, that's the fan on the side, and it's the only reason that I can stand to be in this room upstairs in my house, away from my toddler.
All right. Well, we'll have to keep. We'll try to mute you when you're not talking, just so the fan noise is a little bit.
I can do that as well. Yeah.
Brandon, you're going to try to mute me when I am talking. So let's just.
I don't know.
I don't
know what you're talking about, David. You can say as much as you want. Just keep talking. It's suddenly much more pleasant in here, Siobhan, isn't it? I don't know.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Siobhan, real quick, tell us a bit about yourself and what diplomacy means to you.
Oh, what diplomacy means to me. That's an interesting question. So, hi, I'm Siobhan. Any of you who have tuned in for any of these streams know me pretty well. I've been playing diplomacy for more than half of my life. I love this game. It's so great. I am also the current president of the NADF. And what does diplomacy mean to me? It has taught me so many lessons in life and work, and I can make anything that happens in life into a diplomacy metaphor, which all of my friends and my spouse are all very tired of.
Yeah, because they don't. Well, your spouse has played once.
He played once with the Weasels and may never play again.
I think I was on that board, I think, actually.
You were, yeah.
I don't think I stabbed him, though, of memories. It was a long time ago. So
he did okay. He did not hate it.
I remember seeing you sitting at the bar, enjoying that Sean was not hating it. That's what I remember. All right, before we go to the next game, I have a little treat for us. Slipping into the studio here is the board topper from round one, Eber Condrell. Eber, welcome to the live stream. Oh, Eber, looks like your connection is a little bit wonky.
Can you hear me?
We can, but there's a big delay. So we're just going to keep this to one question. Tell us about how you managed the negotiations with Eric and Ben to so well to your advantage. How did you manage to fight and stab both of them and still get them both to work for you, not with you?
So I was just texting Ben on Discord, and what I told him about Eric was that I'm one of the few people who's willing to tolerate him to the level that he was willing to work with me. So that's how I boil it down, is that Klaus really didn't like Eric. And so I was able to work with Eric, and I was the only one who wanted to work with Eric, and therefore he was willing to work with me. And actually that stab of Holland, taking Holland, was what won me the board top, because after that, Eric was like, all right, I'll do anything I can to get back on side with you. And well, what he offered was to give me the board top, and I was like, okay, let's do that. And that was the rest of the game. And then I got the board top. So,
and that was in 1904, we should say. So you thought you had it in the bag in 1904.
I mean, I didn't. Yeah. With Eric working with me, yeah.
So, all right. So the value of having somebody that nobody wants to work with next to you, that you're willing to work with, is what you're demonstrating. Is that what I hear you saying?
I think that's what I'd boil it down to. Yes.
Eric is a very strong tactical player and a very shrewd negotiator as well, though. Did you at any point have to worry that he might be pulling one over on you?
I mean, not really, actually, because with all his units in the med, he couldn't really do much except give Turkey all of those dots. So that's really what I worried about, and is part of the reason I ended up turning around, is that I was worried that Eric would try to turn around and fight me, and therefore give Hal the board top by letting him into Italy and Tunis. So that's sort of the other half of why I stuck with him. But yeah. Yeah, not really. I didn't end up worrying about him a lot.
So, all right, the connection's improved enough for us to have a little back and forth here. Real quick, before we let you go, what do you think you did well in this game? Like, what was it that you did that won you this board top?
Not to beat a dead horse too much, but working with Eric, honestly, because he likes me, apparently, and so he was willing to work with me very early, and I was like, okay, let's do a Western triple and then stab Germany, and that was this plan from the very beginning. Okay. And he was like, all right, let's do it, and he like all the time, he would be like, "What do you want to do?" And I'd be like, "This," and he'd be like, "Yeah, let's do it." So really working with him was what ended up in me topping. And I don't know, at the very end of the game, like the very last turn, he actually tried to make it a 3-way tie between me and him and Hal, and failed because of two reasons. First, he misordered and didn't get into Venice. If he'd ordered the correct support, I believe he would have gotten to Venice. And then he tried to cut Silesia so that Warsaw would hold, but Hal didn't support hold Warsaw, and Warsaw moved to Ukraine. So I ended up getting to 12, while Eric didn't get to 11 because he didn't get Venice. And
Okay, good. 11. So there were some shenanigans at the end.
Yes.
Okay, good. I think that restores a bit of balance to the universe.
Right. I noticed that you guys didn't really catch on that on the stream, so I wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we were going a little faster
I
at the
saw
end.
move to Silesia, but I didn't quite understand what it was. I appreciate you explaining that. That was good. By the way,
totally.
Feldman has given us a new verb for the diplomacy hobby. This board was Ebered. And we're going to start I'm going to start using that as much as possible. Particularly,
thank you. I'm very flattered
for criticizing your play earlier. I did not understand the time limit situation, but given that situation, you just played a great game, Eber. No question about it.
Thank you.
All right, so Eber, real quick then, let's just pull up you were coming into this game in 15th place. You had not topped a board in the Virtual Diplomacy League yet. This will certainly move you up in the standings. And
I believe to 3rd place.
Oh, you've already calculated it. Okay, it's already been
unless someone else from one of the other games.
Been looking at that or anything. Yeah,
love it.
Well, congratulations for that. That will also move you up in the rankings for the DBN Invitational, which we will talk about a little bit later in the broadcast. And as a fellow Weasel, I wish you best of luck in going after the Virtual Diplomacy League title, so that you're not as hungry to go after the Chicago Windy City Weasel title.
There it is.
Either there's nothing
the Saturday
stopping you
games
from
are really
getting
nice,
both. Get both. Go.
That's true. That's
Indeed.
true.
Indeed. All right, Eber, have a great night. Congratulations, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
All right. You guys ready to do a little bit more board reading?
Let's do it.
Yes, please.
All right. Let us first have a look at the... can I do it really quick? Yeah. Almost. Oh,
we're getting better.
Damn it. I will get it. All right, sometime. Okay, on board number 12. This is game number 12, the second board of the morning round. In Austria, saw Tommy Anderson recently off of his win in the Liberty Cup. England sees Nick Amontangelo coming to us from Nebraska. France is Kartik Konath coming to us from California. Germany is Matt Colburn out of DC, who is tied for 38th in the VDL standings with Sam Feldman out of Italy. Sam is, he's in Italy, but playing to us out of Texas. Sam has made a big splash in the virtual face-to-face community, just started playing with people during the lockdown period, but has gotten really active online and has played in the gunboat tournaments online and has played in a bunch of these things as a really energetic player. And he's been on the live stream before. We've interviewed him. Russia is John Anderson, who we've talked about a lot as potentially a reincarnated political figure coming to us from Utah. Probably not. Turkey is Chris McKinney coming to us from Massachusetts. So most of these players are playing their first VDL game, which is interesting. It gives them all lots of opportunity to move up. With that, let us have a look. Do you guys know anything about any of these players other than Sam? That's that first.
Well, you've already mentioned
Tommy.
having I'm sorry, Savon. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say, Tommy just winning the most recent tournament, which is amazing. Karthik, I need to get to know because he's from California. Also, you misspelled California, so who do I need to talk to about that?
I'm not going to call out who's responsible for that.
But yeah, Karthik, if you watch the stream, reach out to me, find me somehow. I run the Bay Area tournaments. I can get you in touch with the West Coast. But, you've touched on all the points, so that's what I know.
Let's hop into the analysis. Here is the board as it stands in spring 1901. I'm not going to ask you guys who you would want to be. I'm just going to jump in the orders. We did not. Let's see, David, you were in the East before, so we'll put you in the West. Siobhan, we'll put you in the East. Let's start there, Siobhan. What do you see?
Sure. So, okay, there's no bounce in Galicia as Austria forgoes it to just move down, loses Trieste as a result, gives up Galicia as a result. That's going to be some fun results. Tommy, I don't know what negotiations resulted in that, but wow.
You see a lot of times people who win a tournament or have a big board top the next time out, they either get targeted or get a little bit too big for their britches, think, they've discovered the secret, and then they,
And I don't know which of the two it is, but, he went big, and I hope it doesn't burn him. But as Austria, it's easy to just get collapsed upon. Yeah. So hopefully that doesn't happen to Tommy.
All right, we'll see if it happens. David, tell us about the West.
Well, the English do the what I call the modified Churchill opening, which means the army goes to Yorkshire instead of Edinburgh. Moving the army to Edinburgh makes it the full Churchill opening. The German opening is normal, sort of standard opening. The French opening is something I had never seen in the 30-something years I've been playing diplomacy until a couple of months ago. I'd never seen this opening. It's actually a very slow play French opening, where you don't, by definition, you don't try to move too much stuff north, and sometimes this is even done with an arranged bounce with the Germans in Burgundy. But it's an interesting opening. It's certainly not a put 2 units on Belgium and force it kind of opening. It's exactly the opposite.
I actually love this opening. This is it's pretty popular in Chicago. It's one of my favorite openings, precisely with the arranged bounce. I love that because it secures an important border, and then it also kind of removes you from the Belgium question. And
that's exactly why I don't like it, because when I play France, I think the most important thing to do is get Belgium. Put at least 2 armies on it. I have even been known to order to English Channel, Picardy, and Burgundy. So,
I think I've seen Belgium. You do that, David.
Me, I'm getting Belgium. You can go to Iberia later.
There's got to be a good name for that, some sort of gardening metaphor. All right, let's try to be a little bit more concise this time, and let's start in the West with you, David. Tell us about it.
All right. Well, interesting bounce in Holland. You don't see that often, although you obviously see it some, and you're seeing it right here with keeping the Germans at 1 build only, because they also decided they better cover Munich. The French go ahead and take 3 builds anyway. Who needs to do the crazy hood northern opening, which you could just take Belgium unopposed? What's wrong with that? So that was pretty cool. And otherwise, nothing surprising in the West, except that the Germans did let the Russians into Sweden, which obviously turned out to be a really good idea.
This to me looks like evidence of some serious breakdowns in negotiation in 1901 in the West. Would be interesting to be able to hear from the players about that. But yeah, that's a tough one for Germany at the start. But the gold star for this turn goes to the East, where we see a successful, Siobhan?
I don't remember which Lepanto this is because I can never keep them all straight. But obviously, the taking of Trieste was very much arranged because Austria supports Trieste into Serbia, and we were just pushing those armies east and east and east. I love that Apulia goes to Tunis anyway, even though Ionia goes to Aegean. That was so hopeful and adorable.
This is a historical kind of moment. I don't think I have. So the key Lepanto, the original move to the key. It's almost exactly the moves from the original. It's the most important thing from the original key Lepanto is that the Italian army in Trieste makes it to Serbia.
Okay.
And the reason why that typically doesn't work is because Austria has bounced Russia and Galicia and does not have an army in Budapest to support the move.
Right.
And Turkey is smart enough to simply bounce it.
Yeah, I can never keep my Lepanto straight. So that's
let's be clear about this. This is the key opening. The key Lepanto is a combination of 2 different openings. Oh. The key opening was simply moving the Italian unit into Serbia, with or without the specific Lepanto as the goal. Lepanto is a specific kind of attack on the Turks where you convoy to Syria.
And I thought the original article was actually called it the key Lepanto. Is that not true?
It was literally called the Key Opening. The guy's name was Jeff Key. He won the DipCon in about 1984 or so.
It was named after Jeff Key. That's right.
Jeff Key. And the idea, it was literally called the Key Opening. Key Lepanto just means you're going to do this, and you're also planning to send the Italian army.
Okay.
That's not necessarily, those 2 things don't necessarily go together. But I'm not, in this case, that may be exactly what this is. But you're right. It's not very often nowadays that you see a successful
Well,
the only time you would see it is when the Austrian goes to Budapest instead of Galicia.
well, and I feel like so many times on the stream we're like, is this going to be a key? Is it going to be a key? Is it going to be a key? And we're always wrong. So finally, it happened.
Yeah. Tommy just got some guff from us for last turn, and given that Sevastopol goes to Armenia here, possibly setting up a southern
Maybe
fleet
it was
built by
all
Russia.
planned.
The only chink in this armor, the only chink in the plan for Tommy though, is that the army in Galicia stays there. That it's not the mover into Romania here.
Yeah.
So otherwise, like, this is a really pretty.
I mean, it's looking gorgeous, but potentially problematic for Tommy.
Yeah. So what do you see as the problems going forward?
Just how many armies are on Tommy's border? They can pivot so quickly to just eat Austria up so quickly.
If Galicia had been the mover here and was the army was in Ukraine instead of Galicia, would you still feel
That would be
way?
very different.
Okay.
And I would have been negotiating left and right in that fall turn to make Galicia the mover.
What about you, David? Do you how do you feel about the positions prior to builds here?
It would be better if the Galicia had been the mover. It's not terrible anyway, because he's building two. I'm talking about Tom. He's building two. He's got a pretty strong Italian ally. Again, as I said in the last game, the Italians don't go to the Aegean if their goal is to immediately fight the Austrians. That's just not the way that works. So,
Wait, how is Tommy building two? I see one.
Yeah, no, he's only building one here.
no, you're right. He has only building.
Yeah.
I still think it's fine, because why do you need to build in Trieste? It's not that.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Italian is obviously your friend.
But it would be better if he was not in Galicia. I really think the big story here is the French getting 3 builds.
Yeah.
In addition to what just happened in the East, we've got 4-4-6 as the Western builds.
All right. Let's see if there's a wave or if there are.
There's not going to be a wave.
Maybe two. So then the question is, right, 1 fleet, 2 armies, 2 fleets, 1 army, or all 3 armies?
Good gracious, don't build 3 armies, please.
All right, we get a fleet and 2 armies. Army in Brest certainly signifies that he doesn't want to fight England, at least. England, for his part, built Fleet London, which could go either way. We do get a southern fleet build from Russia, along with an army in Moscow. Germany plops down 1 army, and the rest is relatively
Weren't we just talking about Austria doesn't need to build in Trieste?
Were we? Yeah, Vienna would have seemed the.
Not so friendly. I don't. Tommy.
Interesting. Maybe this portends poorly for the Italian here.
Huh. Okay.
The Turk, for his part, puts down an army here, signaling that he's saying "screw you, Russia." And
yes.
So, all right, let's keep going here. Spring 1902, Siobhan, let's stay with you so you can tell us all about it.
All right, so we push the Italian army forward as expected in a key, which, I mean, I guess Army Trieste makes sense in this because it can just move to backfill Serbia right for it. So clearly this is, let's just kill the Turk.
And that's an impressive way to do it. Like, as long as Austria is okay with that army in Galicia, this is really efficient, isn't it?
It's Army Trieste did not make sense to me as a build, but it's starting to make more sense, and Galicia ain't the worst thing in this moment. If the 3 of them,
What?
An error that develops this early is, well, not to make a auditory pun, rare.
If you're Siobhan, if you're Austria or Italy, what the fleet being stuck here in Albania, this could really both be a problem for Austria or a problem for Italy.
It bothers me on both sides. They need to piff that. They either need to piff it or get it out and make it useful somewhere. And probably westward, because obviously France is otherwise occupied. Get that fleet out. Let it be useful elsewhere and a thorn in someone else's side.
All right, we'll see if they do. David, tell us about the West.
Well, we knew there was an EF arrangement, or at least the French thought so because of the builds, and it looks like there is such a thing. I think that's the German move, unfortunately, is a little bit of a boo-boo. Munich to Burgundy was never going to really do anything. Munich probably should have gone to Ruhr and had built, because now the guy in Berlin's not really doing anything, which is unfortunate. The English are continuing to move into to the north. Interestingly, Skagerrak, what does that mean? Does that mean you want Sweden? Does that mean you want? I mean, we're going to find out in a minute.
Isn't it really?
He has a convoy army, if that matters to him.
Isn't it just a question of which one you take first?
Most likely, the two holds are interesting. Denmark and Sweden holds are interesting. That doesn't really tell you anything, and probably you would want there to be some active coordination between them, like maybe a support into the Skagerrak to foresee this move, or Denmark going to the North Sea to slow the English down, something other than holding.
Yeah, I think if I'm Germany, first of all, I'm really disheartened by these two holds because I need these units to be coming to my aid in the north. And then, you're just you're in a world of hurt. You and Sweden could have done something together to either protect Skagerrak or at very least go to north if you didn't want to, do some guessing. It's just a bit too passive. And then France is doing the France thing, right? Which is
just move. I mean, it's interesting that they didn't go into the Mediterranean and all, but I don't disagree with that. I mean, why would you do that at this point? It's not quite time to do that. You can just leave those fleets down in the southwest for a while until you figure out what you want to do.
Yeah, now you can. I mean, going to Lyon here wouldn't have done anything that you can't do now. Now you can pivot either direction if you want. Right. Let's see what happens. And David, tell us about it.
And they pivot pivot north, which is awesome. I actually probably like this under this situation because the English can't do a lot about it. They did take Denmark. English did take Denmark.
Yeah, even with England getting a build, you don't like that? I mean, you do like that? I'm sorry.
I don't like to stick around and do nothing for a while. Maybe there's an argument that the French have moved too early here, but if they're going to get, I know the English are going to get a build, but at least you've already got to jump on them. You've already moved in the direction you want to move. It's also unexpected. I certainly didn't expect it because of the builds. I thought that the French sure have a lot of armies to be moving against the English.
Interesting to see
this. Maybe he thinks he can do both.
All right. Sorry, Siobhan. Let's go to the east now.
There's not a whole lot happening in the east. I'm really disappointed by the lack of movement. Honestly, there was a lot of opportunity to do more than what was happening here. Sure, Russia gets into Armenia, but y'all could have forced Khan. You could have done more than just support everything to hold, and it's disappointing to see that many dotted lines there right now.
Who do you think is it's worth saying that England's negotiating work here is really interesting, right? Like he ended up getting Denmark with Russia's help. So it looks kind of like England may have actually seen some of the anticipated a French move against him, and was trying to clarify the alliance structure in the eastern side in order to prepare for that. But Siobhan, back to the east here for a second. What do you think? Is this a good way for the AIR to be at this moment? Like you just complained a bit about the slowness of this particular turn, but at this point, is there a problem that they've gone too slow, or is there a problem that they're too sort of mixed up with the arrangement of the units, or is it just fine and none of them have anything to worry about?
I think it's fine, but based on all the support orders from last turn, I'm not seeing a clear direction. So, unless in the next year I see some clear direction where they're pushing those units and how they're going to take Turkey out, which seems to be the goal, because they had the potential to do so much more if they trust each other. But I'm seeing a breakdown of trust or communication in this turn that just speaks to me of I'm too nervous and I just want to support, and so we're just going to do this for a turn. And there's so much more momentum they could have gained.
Builds will be interesting here. If you were going to see anything surprising, where would you expect it to come from? Italy's getting one, Austria's getting one. I think Russia is even.
A fleet in Trieste would be the most surprising thing to happen. But Italy should put a fleet down. I don't care if it's in Rome or Naples. It should never be in Venice. We should never see a fleet Trieste. Austria puts down an army. I would say if I'm Italy, it has to be in Vienna. This time, like the last time
Yeah.
I was made to see the logic, but
Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine, right, with this army still in Galicia. This is gonna.
exactly.
I mean, I can see Russia actually arguing that this is necessary, given that he's going to be the last one to get a build out of Turkey. It seems like.
Is he
But,
though? I mean, no. I think Russia is in the best position of the
You
three
think
of
so?
them.
Well,
Like he just needs a little bit of patience. Like he is actually going to get all the spoils at the end of this.
oh, he'll certainly get Ankara. The fact that these are all three armies, as long as Italy is willing to cut both Khan and Smyrna.
Now, I think Russia, just with a little bit of patience, there will be many opportunities because Italy and Austria are so entangled that they're going to have a communication diplomatic breakdown that Russia's going to get the benefit.
All right, let's find out. We have a fleet in Naples and an army in Vienna, as expected. And England does the surprising thing by not putting an army down in Liverpool, but a fleet. And that's all we got. Let's move forward here. And Siobhan, let's stick with you in the east.
Oof.
Interesting.
Lots
movement
of
here.
black arrows today. Okay. Like to see that. Okay, so the Austrian and the Russian have decided to move west against Germany. Love to see it. Interesting that Italy is convoying an army back to the boot. We'll see what we make of that as time goes along. The Turk is trying. Crispy Penny. You've got several people who've decided that you're just gonna not be long for this world, and you did what you could.
And we got the Congo line.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I love all the black arrows.
Yeah.
All
right.
beautiful.
Tell us about the West, David.
Well, the French have moved back, which was probably, I guess, okay when you consider what the build was from the English and so forth. They're taking Munich, maybe patch things back up with the English. The English continued to advance into Helgoland. The Russians were clearly going to attack. That's why he moved Moscow to Warsaw. That's why he supported the English into Denmark. The Russians were definitely coming. So maybe the French decided, if the Russians are coming, I better go get my peace and maybe not fight with the English anymore. And so he decided to backtrack from the attack.
And with
by England, good tactics by England at this point.
And with Italy doing so well, it seems like a wise decision by France. But interesting, so France is getting Munich here. Okay. Let's keep going here and see how it works. And let's stay in the West with you, David, for fall of 1903.
Whoa, look who lost Munich. A lot of X'd out units in the middle of Germany. Look at all that.
He lost Munich.
Yeah, lost Munich to the German.
Because of Austrian support.
Yes, indeed. Austrians just sort of trying to play havoc a little bit, I guess.
And
the Russians take Berlin, the English take Kiel, the English take Holland, the French move the fleets into the Med. Interesting arrangement here in the West.
Wow, this is actually kind of a remarkable turn here for the German centers.
Yes.
So England takes 2, Holland and Kiel. Russia takes 1, Berlin. Germany retakes Munich. So it seems like everyone benefited here except for France. France got the short end of the stick. Very interesting decision what do you make of the decision by Austria to do that?
Well, as I say, I think he's just playing chaos agent a little bit, which is not a bad idea. I mean, you intervene. If you can't intervene in strength to take stuff, intervene in influence. So I think it's interesting and the other thing is the French are the ones that are facing the Italians who the Austrians are working with. So if you want to weaken somebody, it would be the French. If the Russians and the Austrians are going to work together, now they've got a German unit that's on the front line that maybe will help them.
Siobhan, what do you think?
I'm looking at so much here. Sorry, I've been focusing on the East. Italy picks up 2 in the Turkish homeland, gets to put down 2 units. I'm really intrigued by Tyrrhenian Sea hold and Ionian hold. As the French pivot down. That seems like a miscalculation to me, as the Austrians also push into Tyrolia and Trieste. And I mean, Sam in Italy is going to be saved by getting able to put down 2 units, but if the two of them are figuring it out, I don't know.
It looks like the AR has been in existence since the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
I think it's only an AR, and that Italy was never long for this world, and France is coming in to take a slice of the pie.
I don't know. The Italians, just as you say, the Italians are building too.
They are building two, so it's going to be a hard carve.
They can hold.
They really hold their stuff in the east is the problem. I guess that's the issue.
It's not their home centers or Tunis. It's these centers in the east.
Yeah.
All right, let's see some builds here and then find out whether that prediction about the AR really is where it's at. We see Russia putting down 2 armies, one in Moscow, which is curious and tantalizing, I shall say. France did get a rebuild because they had the army piffed in Munich. That's right. So that seems like a valuable fleet to have with the English sneaking down into Wales there. And Germans hold on to their army in Munich, no surprise. And Italy does the good defensive thing, which is put down an army in Rome to combat the Austrians, who could slip around into Piedmont. There's still play here, but a third fleet helps them a lot against France. France can't do anything here, and may have bigger problems in the north anyway. Okay, and thank you for playing, Chris McKinney in Turkey. All right, let's do Spring 1904. Let us start with you in the east, Siobhan.
Okay, as predicted, we're starting to see the carve up of the Italian centers in the east. Austria's taking Bulgaria. He's desperately trying to support himself in Khan and Smee. That won't last too long. Romania tried to convoy to Armenia, but Black supported it instead of convoying it. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, let's show our support orders. That is what happened.
Yeah, so I'm gonna think it was an attempted convoy, but clicked support instead of convoy.
Tactically, that's a big deal.
It is a big deal, but I mean, it's what we're all dealing with this kind of interface, and even in face-to-face when we're in person, we miswrite it sometimes. So, but Italy and Austria, aside from the taking of Bulgaria, don't seem to be fighting that much. Austria takes Munich. We'll see if they keep it.
Yeah, and they get Italy to move their units west here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
oh no, we're friends. I promise.
Tell us, David. Tell us about the action in the west.
Yeah, that's interesting that they went ahead and took the German out. I'm not sure I wouldn't have tried to use the German against the English. Although the English and the Russians, I guess, are friendly. That's the situation. So maybe the Russians go to Bohemia behind the Austrians. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians really appear to be in a commanding position here strategically.
Yeah, and tactically, right?
Too bad they made the tactical blunder on the move.
That's not that big of a deal, though, right?
Probably not in the long run, no. And I guess they built in Moscow, as you were saying earlier. They built in Moscow because they didn't want to, scare the English with whom they think they're working, or at least the English think the Russians are working.
But this army now goes to. I mean, this army is destined for Sweden or Denmark, right? This should be worrying the English. So.
Yeah, I mean, if the English thought they were working with, there's a lot of diplomatic play here. Let's put it that way. I mean, there's still some various things that could happen. I mean, the English being in the English Channel means something. They've already pierced the English Channel. They can already start doing some like convoys into Belgium type things if they want to try that. I guess could the German have retreated to Ruhr and just didn't bother?
Yeah, I think just felt the writing was on the wall. Why bother?
Yes, although if I'm not sure I would have retreated to Ruhr and said to the English, "Hey, why don't you let me live in Belgium or something?"
If these, but if you're sitting at the board and nobody really wants to talk to you, I can see that. You just if no one's caring about me anyway, then why am I going to bother with one more turn?
Because where there's life, there's hope.
Because I can play Chaos Monkey for one turn.
I have come back before with one center and come back to a big. I mean, it's very difficult to do, and it's hard to do in a time-limited game.
Yeah. But and Russia or Austria could have laid the groundwork for that, being like, I'll put you in Kiel if something like that.
Just make a Chaos Monkey, and I've watched Eddie Brisson go from one center to not a board top, but really solid.
Anyway, you can't blame him. If he wants to go do something else, that's okay too.
Yeah. All right, let us see how fall goes, and David will stick with you in the West.
English to north. So he's worried a little bit about the Russians for sure. Moving the fleet to Denmark, moving the English fleet from English Channel to north instead of trying to do anything goofy with the French. Like taking a chance on convoying to Picardy, which is what I might have done there if I wanted to continue the attack, which would have worked as it turns out. Otherwise, the Russians moving away from the German front into the
yeah. Let's not steal some thunder here.
Let's not forget about that. Which is another thing. Like you kind of wish the German were still alive. You could support him back to Munich and kick the Austrians out. But anyway,
Siobhan, tell it.
Quite a move that the Russians are making there.
Tell us about it, Siobhan.
I'm so sorry for everyone on the live stream. I'm making some very dramatic faces because, well, the AR has clearly broken down. The only thing that could have made this more beautiful is that if Russia had talked to his supposed ally in Austria and actually told him which unit was moving into Constantinople and gotten 3 builds out of this turn instead of just the 2 he stole off of Austria.
I guess it's worth saying John Anderson is a very canny player. We know that from the summer cons. That could have been an intentional misorder on the convoy. That could very well have been intentional. So leaves the guy.
So misorder on the convoy. Yeah. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, we should have noted that. Actually.
Yeah, but it would have been beautiful if.
Well, I don't think any of us were expecting this stab, and I know Tommy was not expecting this.
But if John had gone to Tommy like, "Hey, we're friends," because clearly Tommy was supporting Black Sea to Constantinople, and so if John had been more honest about what dot he was taking, he would have gotten 3 builds, not 3 off of Austria per se, but.
Yeah, but it's possible that this was also deliberate in order to keep Italy more viable as a counterweight to Austria on the other side.
Sure. Okay. Fair point.
Maybe.
This is a 2-dot stab that actually does not force Austria to pull any units because they're picking up Bulgaria and Munich.
Yeah, I think the problem is that it.
But they're out of position. Yeah, they're badly out of position.
Austria is,
out of position, but yeah, I wish the German had been in Brur and they.
I mean, wouldn't that have been fun to see that?
I don't know, but I tend to like getting your units in position rather than that would have Livonia wouldn't have been able to go to Brur. You would have had a unit slower in getting to the south.
Oh, that's so boring, Brandon.
Sorry. England's moves are a little peculiar here. Going to Denmark and then replacing Helgoland. Not that.
I don't quite understand that unless he thought he was giving Kiel to the Russians or something.
Yeah, but then just support Kiel to Denmark or something like that. But anyway, let's see what happens. This is how things stand. Russia has jumped up to a 10 center status, which gives them 3 units over the next place player. This is a commanding position for a Russia to be in.
I told you early, I loved the Russian.
It looks like at least England and France may have worked things out, so England could be free to go try to slow down Russia, who puts down 2 armies. Probably not a surprise. Italy drops the distant fleet, which is probably the least useful. Although you could have made an argument. Oh no, Tice, you probably want to discourage the French from doing anything funny here. All right, let's move forward then. And spring of 1905. And Siobhan, tell us about it. How does John Anderson do following up?
Okay, Baltic to Bothnia is an interesting choice, I suppose. Other than that, a whole lot of nothing. There's some red arrows down in the south. He drops the army to Armenia. No one's surprised by that.
A little bit surprised the tactics here. I'd think you'd want to do some combo support here, but it probably doesn't really matter that much.
I think it does, though. I mean, it depends on who you're really fighting, and you've just jumped ahead as a solid board leader. You know everyone's against you. Put yourself in the best. And see, now I'm on the positioning side that Brandon was arguing for a moment ago.
Persuasive, that Brandon Fogel.
I know he's the worst that way.
No.
I mean, I guess we can
force in your head.
We can force Serbia or Bulgaria in the fall. No, Italy's not on side. Really?
Yeah, Italy.
This is actually a little disappointing, John. I'm sorry.
It's interesting, right? He didn't Sevastopol. He could have made a good argument not to bother with fighting down on for the Turkish centers. Put this army in the north, or maybe even drop a fleet.
And
now
Warsaw, Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't get that one because
Yeah,
there is no logical use for that move.
Sweden and Warsaw to Livonia or Moscow, so that you can defend both.
Baltic to Bothnia and Warsaw to Ukraine are the two things that I do not understand.
Well, Bothnia makes sense if you're not going to send an army north, because now you can at least bounce St. Pete.
Yeah.
But that's because you didn't send an army north as you probably should have. I mean, the problem with this stab, it looks fun to get Russia to 10, but Russia at 10 can be very precarious.
No,
on both sides of the stomach line, he doesn't have any friends.
It's about Italy, right? If he thought Italy was going to be, if he could get Italy to stay on side and take some Austrian dots with him, but that's not happening.
But my point is, Russia needs a friend in the West. He can't really, if he's going to commit so much to the South, he's just giving up the North, because you don't have a friend over there.
But he had units. He could have committed more units to the North. Yeah.
He could have done better. He could have slowed them down some, but really diplomatically, he needs to turn somebody.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if he does. And certainly all is not lost. Several more years left to go. And yeah, in the West, we'll start with you, David.
Hello. Oh. He may have turned the French.
Whoa.
The French may have decided they were going to do it anyway. I mean, the French were not going in. They decided they pulled back out of the Med. So they needed to go somewhere. So they've decided, I think we've gone to North Atlantic before. Let's go again. So they've done that.
And he gives two.
And gets to Holland.
And Russia gives 2 dots to England here.
Yeah, that is the thing to Finland is just sort of like falling on your sword or something. I'm not sure what that is.
It's either a misorder or it's deliberate in order to try to cultivate
friendship. Yeah.
Yeah, and thereby a problem in the West. All right, Siobhan.
You don't cultivate friendship by putting an English army in St. Pete.
I know. That's got to be a mistake, right?
That just about can't be right.
That has to be a mistake. Okay. All right. What about the East, Siobhan? Anything noteworthy here?
Sorry, I'm trying to find words and keep it. No, I don't understand Bothnia to Finland. WTF?
You see the problem with consolidating all of the armies further east. You needed to be in Bohemia, for example, right? So in the spring, Silesia to Bohemia, Warsaw to Silesia would be better than
you needed to be so many other places than you were. Yeah. Warsaw to Ukraine was terrible. Silesia just sitting there was terrible.
Brandon, go back to fall for a minute. Let me say something.
Yeah.
We totally missed. Helgoland to the Baltic with some intarnation.
I think that is either a mistake or a deliberate. You see sometimes people.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know Nick, the English player, very well, so I have seen a lot of newer players do Helgoland to the Baltic because it looks like Denmark. You could travel across it.
Yeah. But the support from the army also.
If you're just going to goof around, why not go to Holland and make sure nobody can stab you?
Yeah, good point. Or
so I don't think it's a goof. I think they thought that was valid.
I don't know what they thought, but that was a mistake of some kind.
And you've got the support with the army. Yeah, it's either. I mean, you could see like an experienced player.
That seems just like a mistake.
Yeah. Okay, let's. It's a confusing turn on a lot of respects. We will say, right, these are games that have 15-minute time limits. This is a complex strategic moment, so there's a lot for the players to do. Seeing tactical mistakes at this point in the game is actually fairly common.
Yes.
And every tactical mistake that I've ever had, well, I wouldn't say every, but many tactical mistakes open up opportunities. And if you have the presence of mind to be calm enough to see them, to look for them, you will find them. So it wouldn't surprise me if one of these players it manages to take what looks like a mistake and turn it into a board topping opportunity. As far as the builds go, so Russia is pulling 2 here, and England's going to put down 1 now. So is France. So there's a redistribution, and then Italy and Austria stay even here. What we see is Russia completely backtracking on their stab of Austria. This is a love letter to Austria. Please, and Italy, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, can we make up? And England and France are getting out their guns and pointing them at each other. And this may be the single thing that rescues Russia from what looked like a calamitous follow-up to an effective stab. Okay. We will start in the West then with David. Tell us about spring of 1906.
Well, let's see. Lots more English repositioning into the north to keep going, as opposed to worrying about the French coming up from behind you, which I find a little surprising. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Let's see. Helgoland is supporting Kiel. It looks like that's what's happening. But I see. The Russians went into Kiel with support of the French and the Austrians, right?
That's right.
So that is interesting. I mean, the French are going to continue their attack on the English. Why not? There's nothing else for them to do at this point. They didn't really want to go against the Italians because if they did, they would have not moved back to begin with. They would have kept going. So they keep going here. The English continuing to go into Scandinavia is what jumps out at me.
Yeah. Yeah, if France had been a little bit more aggressive here tactically by going to Irish and English Channel, there's really no reason not to do that. Actually,
you're gonna get something if you do that.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, and even supporting using North Atlantic to support.
He probably thought that it was probably could have just misguessed it because maybe thinking Liverpool was going to go to the Irish, or slip in behind them or something. But this was tactically a little less good.
Yeah, just slow. Okay, tell us about the East, Siobhan.
So I was going to say that your read on Russia's polls about a love letter to Austria seems to have proved very true. Austria is supporting Russia into Kiel, and Russia's going to be just fine, I think, at the end of this. We'll talk about board top later. I need to see another season or two. But
what do you make of Italy pulling up into Tyrolia here?
I think that's a misjudgment.
On Italy's part.
On Italy's part. I think that Austria and Russia have figured out their nonsense and are just going to be like, no, we're not dealing with this. And so they're going to carve up Khan and Smee eventually. It'll take them some time, as all good things do, but I think the AR will win out at the end of the day.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if we're going to see a little wintergreen Italy-Russia action.
I hate a wintergreen.
Why would you not do that if you're the Italians? I mean, what's your other option? Is the Italians at this point?
Okay, fair. What else would you do?
I worry for Tommy here that he's been too passive. Whether it's tactically or strategically here, he succeeded in staying alive, but it doesn't feel like he succeeded in opening up a path forward. So this may be
he just made just enough of a friend in Russia by saying, "Okay, I see what you pulled. I'll help you now."
But Russia getting a build here and not really being in danger anywhere else. I don't know what I don't know what Russia has to lose. Like, why does Russia need Austria anymore? Especially if Italy will work with them against Austria.
Yeah, there was a derby here between who was going to get the Italians to help them. Was it going to be Tommy or was it going to be the Russians? And it appears to have been the Russians, I think.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see.
What do we? Oh, not what we expected at all. Well done, Siobhan. Siobhan called it. Well done. Well done. But why did this work over here? Was there a miss? Oh, the tap. Grease tapped Aegean.
Yeah, Grease tapped. Telling you, why are y'all doubting me? Someone in the comments, by the way, was giving David some shade for saying "what in tarnation." Stop it.
Really? What were they giving me shade about?
No, they were giving. He really just said "what in tarnation."
He did, and next he's gonna say, "My heavens."
Oh my heavens! No, that's me in this heat that I'm.
The vapors.
The vapors. I can't.
All right, so what the interesting thing here, the really cool thing is that Tommy opened up Trieste for a build.
This is such a great bounce back. I'm sorry, this is Siobhan's territory, but my goodness, what a bounce back.
This is fantastic, Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy,
and this is one of the reasons I love playing Austria is that you can be like almost down, but then bounce back so hard. And the opening up Trieste for the build, you got Russia on side. John, I think, had the top for a minute and got beat back down. So you're just talking to him, and this was supreme, diplomatic gold and chef kiss.
I'm with you guys, but I also do wonder if it's. I mean, maybe Tommy has accepted that he's not going to top the board because it does feel like Russia's now back on track for it, and I don't think Tommy can top this board while being Russia's ally. But maybe he thinks he can't top the board being anyone else's
I'm loving
ally.
Tommy more and more. I mean, I loved Russia at the beginning, but
yeah, we should.
As opposed to what?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
What was the better move for Tommy to make? I mean, as long as you're building, I'm not sure you can really argue with that.
Yeah.
I think the more interesting thing, frankly, is the French just can take all the English stuff, and England continues to not care or try to defend himself. I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah. I will. All right, let's move on here. Winter 1906. And I was going to say, we should at some point learn to stop doubting Tommy, right? This is, I think, a lesson that the universe has tried to beat in our heads for the last, month and a half now.
We've doubted him as long as these virtual events have been happening. And then he won that. What was that? It was some big event.
The Liberty Cup, which is just
Liberty something or other.
Just 2 weeks ago. All right. So it's just 2 weeks the universe has been batting us on the head. For builds, we see the French with a surprising Fleet Marseille, but I suppose this is surprising, actually. Maybe they're thinking that Italy is going down and they want a piece of the action and they don't need an army in Burgundy.
That's a choice.
That's difficult. Russia is... Oh, Russia. Boy, does this look really nice now. An army in Warsaw to follow up into the center of the board and does not any longer have to worry about the northern flank. Maybe one more turn just to make sure England doesn't do anything silly, but hard to think this army's not going to Edinburgh here. Okay, let's find out then, and we'll stay in the West with you. David, tell us about it.
Doesn't go to Edinburgh. The English believe that they still should go as far northeast as they can go, because that's apparently what the English do. French are leaving London. Look at that. Just a lot of strangeness.
And
England does take Holland back.
Liverpool.
Yeah, just a lot of holding. Sending a fleet into Piedmont with Marseille. I mean, if you're going to go to Piedmont, then build an army.
Yeah,
wow. This honestly looks like some kind of deal has been struck about how the game's going to end, and so you just do a lot of sort of hold and moves around because you've already got a deal struck on who's going to win.
And that would be at the current state, England at 9. France would, if this holds, drop. Well, presumably will take Liverpool back.
Russia at 9, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, I meant to say Russia. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I was seeing a lot of the same from the moves in the East. It's just we're at end game. Let's just shift some stuff around and make some dots change.
I suppose knowing that the game's going to end in 1908, this takes some of the dynamism out of the end of the game. We saw this with the previous one, and we're seeing that again here.
Well, somebody said in the previous comments, it's not that it ends in 08. There was a time limit.
There was a time stop.
It was, and the other game ended like half an hour before the time limit. It just happened to be maybe we're getting some mixed signals on what the rules are.
Well, Siobhan, you sent me a message that there was a hard stop in 08.
That's what I was seeing in the comments when I was watching the first game. So if someone who was in the games can correct it, I think I saw that it was a time stop, not a hard stop.
Yeah, let me send a message to Zach here. I thought
earlier that it was some kind of time stop.
That was the impression I had been under. Let's see.
Let me just say, just while you're looking that up, it's been very common in European tournaments over the last few decades for their system involves a year stop like this.
Yeah. We're talking C Diplo year stop. I'm seeing in a separate thread that almost certainly it was a time stop. So the fact that they both ended in 08 is sort of a coincidence.
But however you slice it, this looks like a decision was made on how the game was going to end, and they're just working towards it.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. I absolutely agree.
Let's move forward then. We see France does take Liverpool, manages and loses Holland, but does keep Belgium. Actually moves the army forward, so that's a little bit of an alternative there. And
Russia takes back St. Pete and Sweden.
And Sweden.
John.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's going to seal the board top question right
Oh,
there.
John, yes.
So if you were only going to get another year in here, I mean, Austria could take Ank here, but that's about it.
If only he could have found out a way to win the 1980 election too. I mean, there's lots of if onlys here.
This was an Anderson alliance, actually. We did not observe that fact. Tommy and John Anderson alliance. All right, so this ends with Russia at an 11 center board top, gives a score of 44 points. The rest get between 12 and 16. Let's give some compliments to John Anderson for a nice board top. We doubted you at several times, and
I never did.
That's right. David and I did.
Well, let's be fair. There were some moves in there that John made that were not great moves.
Okay.
Just like any good player, though, you bounce back from that and come up with something good, which he's done. Good for him.
But I do. So the key moment there was let's see. The key moment here ended up being losing these two dots, losing Sweden and St. Petersburg. This enabled him to make a persuasive argument to Tommy in Austria that they could work together, that he wasn't just going to come after him. So, if he only pulls one here, it's probably Fleet Ank, and he still has the Romanian problem. But this actually gave him the opportunity to get back on side with Austria. Be interesting to hear from Tommy how much he needed, in order to reconstitute the alliance there. All right, Siobhan, do you have any final thoughts on this game?
I mean, nothing much more than I'm glad I was written for John from the beginning. No.
Glad that you were right.
And Tommy played a fantastic game too. There were moments where I thought he was losing it all, and then whether it was diplomatically or tactically, he turned it around as well. And I love watching games like that.
See, I think for all you Dune fans out there, Siobhan Nolan was the Benny Gesserit picking John Anderson to win in 08, and so she actually wins this game. That was just for all you Dune fans out there.
All right. Congrats again to John Anderson. Looks like we do not have anybody lined up for interview from this game. So we are going to take a pause for a moment to tell you guys a little bit about something that DBN has coming up. And we're going to give you guys want to take a break while we're doing this, Siobhan? All right. Come back and... Oh, that fan actually is a bit noisy, isn't it? Didn't quite realize it. All right. So what we want to tell you about is something called the DBN Invitational. And let me share a screen here. We have a webpage on our website, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And let me get over to the right screen. This webpage, go to our website, diplobn.com. And let me expand this a little bit. We are announcing that in February of next year, we are going to host an invitational tournament that will take place over 3 weekends. We'll have 28 qualifiers, and they'll play 2 games. Each person will play 2 games, one on the first Saturday, a second on the next Saturday, and then the top 7 from those qualifying events will advance to a top board on the third Saturday. To qualify for the invitational, you have to win a tournament or a league that is included in what we call the qualifying events. And these are events that we have decided that the DBN collective has determined have sufficient competitiveness and quality and size so that the winner is sort of merits being elevated to an invitational status. The tournaments that we've determined, the competitions, I should say, that we've determined fit this bill so far are the various face-to-face tournaments. Cascadia Open. This was an in-person face-to-face tournament that happened in January before the lockdown. DixieCon, Boston Massacre, and Liberty Cup. These are virtual face-to-face events that we've covered or that in our previous incarnation as a Windy City Weasels YouTube channel. Coming up, the face-to-face tournaments that we know about, the Weasel Moot, which is coming up in just 2 weeks. And you can find out about that by going to windycityweasels.org. That will almost certainly end up having automatic qualifier status. The Swiss Diplomacy Championship, which is they're going to try to have is in-person face-to-face. And David, you covered that on the Deadline episode that dropped yesterday. Do you remember offhand when that is supposed to be?
It's the I think September 5th and 6th. It's that first weekend in September.
Okay, so it's the same weekend as the last weekend of Weasel Moot.
It is, yes.
Then we have 2 face-to-face tournaments, which are standards on the calendar, but are going virtual this year. Those are Tempest, which is out of DC, and Carnage, which is in Vermont usually, or North New Hampshire.
Vermont.
One or the other.
Vermont.
And right, normally New Hampshire, but this year it's going to be in Vermont.
No, it's always in Vermont. It's been in a
Was it?
couple of different places in Vermont before.
Oh, I just flew in and out of Manchester, New Hampshire. That's why I
Yes.
think of it that
Yes.
way.
Yep.
Okay, and then the Cascadia Open in 2021, whether it's in person or virtual, will also squeeze in under the line. And I think if this continues going forward, that will end up being the last people's last chance to qualify. But we're including this year's Cascadia because other face-to-face events were canceled, so we want to recognize that one. The champion of the Virtual Diplomacy League, the games that we're covering tonight, will qualify automatically for the Invitational. We're also going to extend invitations to the Nexus online extended deadline competitions. They have 2 regular seasons per year. Season 4 was in the first half of this year. Season 5 just got underway. I think they're still accepting new entrants. So if you want to enter the Nexus Season 5, go to the Nexus Discord server. And then WebDip has an online diplomacy championship, which is fairly large and has a large number of boards as well. And so we determined that has sufficient quality to merit automatic qualification. Now, this is only, I think, this is only 11 or 12 tournaments so far. Just so we know, the automatic qualifiers, the champions of those competitions so far are these people. Champion of the Cascadia Open was our very own Siobhan Nolan, who will rejoin us shortly. Nexus Season 4 champion was David Quignoli, who is known as Pesdemer Online. And David was a guest, Davide, I should say. Sorry. It was a guest on Deadline that dropped yesterday. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that episode and about Davide's participation?
Yes, we did have an episode of our Deadline News drop yesterday. We hope everybody goes to check it out. The feature story is about gunboat diplomacy, and Davide was one of a panel of 3 that talked about the strategy, the tactics, and the organization of running gunboat tournaments, both face-to-face and online. It was a wonderful discussion. We also had an interview with Melinda Holly, who used to run gunboat tournaments back in the 1980s and 1990s. So we had a little hobby history in addition to our cool roundtable. It's I think, an entertaining episode, and we hope everyone goes and checks it out.
Yeah, it was a really nice episode. And it's our second one in the Deadline News lineup. The first one was a month ago. We're hoping to get these out monthly, and we're off to a good start so far. If you want to see that, you can just go to our YouTube channel, and you'll find both episodes on the homepage there. And our YouTube channel is the Diplomacy Broadcasting Network. You can find links to that on diplobn.com. We also send these live streams out through Twitch, and we hope to upload the pre-recorded content on Twitch as well, though I haven't quite gotten going on that. So Davide Quignoli will get an invite to our invitational tournament as the champion of Nexus Season 4. Christian Klein, a local weasel, was the champion of DixieCon 2020, which our David Hood was the tournament director of. Tanya Gill qualifies as the champion of Boston Massacre, and Tommy Anderson qualifies as the champion of the Liberty Cup, the one we just saw on this tournament.
Already an exciting lineup, and I'm sure we'll get more exciting as the countdown to the Invitational continues.
To fill out the rest of the field, we have devised a ranking system that takes your player's performance in all of the qualifying events and assigns a point value to those. And you can find out some more details about that ranking system. What we'll do is we will, after the automatic qualifiers are removed from the list, we'll go down the list from the top and extend invites, and we'll keep going until we've filled the whole list. And this ranking list will be updated after each event. So currently, Tanya Gill sits in the top spot. Christian Klein, Tommy Anderson take up the next couple slots. And the point totals, you get a lot more for winning than you do for second place. Second place is about 60%. We modeled it roughly about how the World Golf Rankings work. And bigger events will merit more points. And we've listed as long as you place in the event, you'll get some sort of points. And we have a whole list up here, the top 100 people in that list. Only your top 3 scores will count for the rankings here. So playing in more events is an advantage, but not a major one. It gives you more opportunities to get bigger scores. But you're not going to, merely by playing in every single event, you're not going to shoot all the way to the top. You still have to place well in the events. So for all of you watching, please go to diplobn.com, check out our invitational page, and look back periodically for updates to the rankings. And also enter these events. All of these events coming up will give you opportunities to qualify for the invitational event.
I just want to say before we leave this subject, this is such an exciting thing for the diplomacy hobby. It's been a long time since we had an invitational tournament. And as much as we love having our open tournaments, invitational is a great addition to the circuit.
Yeah, we hope it. We hope that it provides some entertaining entertaining TV for the viewers, and also produces some high quality diplomacy and a worthy champion.
Sure.
All right. With that, let us bring Siobhan Nolan back onto the stream. Hey, Siobhan.
Do I have to play in this game?
Siobhan sits at 6th place as an automatic qualifier, so as long as she accepts the invite, we will get to talk about her.
Yeah, no, I will play if you invite me.
All right.
You will play and you will win.
You will. You will definitely get an invite. With that,
make a Biddy Jesuit prediction to go back to my earlier joke.
All right, for all of you commenting in the stream, feel free to deluge us with Dune references and get it out of the way with now. And while we do some funky graphics, bringing up board number 13 here. This is a game that was played in the evening. It just finished a little while ago, so we'll go through this, and maybe some players are sticking around. We'll be able to get them on the live stream. In Austria is Chris McKinney, who was in the earlier game. He was Turkey in the game that we just saw. In England is Stephen Hogue, who is an online player who has made a big splash with the community recently, been very active, and sits at 7th in the in the virtual Diplomacy League standings. Has topped a board and also survived, not been eliminated yet. In France, we have Chris Brown, who is a weasel, sitting at 28th in the standings. Germany is Graham Radford, come to us from Victoria, Australia, in Melbourne, I believe. In Italy, we have Jason Massbaum, a very familiar face-to-face player to us on the circuit, playing in his first VDL game. In Russia, we have Daniel Ravinsky out of Minnesota, also playing in his first VDL game. And in Turkey, we have Tanya Gill, coming to us from Canada. I think she is in Ontario.
She's not
Ontario, yeah.
I think she's planning to move soon. I don't remember if it's to British Columbia or not, but she's definitely outside of Toronto here. Sitting in 2nd place in the VDL standings and in 1st place in the DBN rankings. She has 2 board tops so far as in her VDL games, and will not surprise us if she adds to that haul tonight. Guys, any comment from what is an intriguing looking board?
Well, I'm just going to give Jason Massbaum all the grief all night because he and I have been playing together for too many years for me to do anything else.
I'm really looking forward to the Italy-Turkey interactions in this game. We'll see how it goes.
Those are 2 players who know each other somewhat well by now. Tanya is now she cannot be considered a regular on the face-to-face circuit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
She was becoming that.
Well, when we had face-to-face.
Yeah. Now, we should say the reason we say it like this is because Tanya is extremely accomplished online, an online extended deadline play, and is really well known there, and is one of the players who made a real effort to make a transition starting a few years ago to face-to-face, and made a little bit of a splash early, then struggled for a while, and is now having one of the top years of any face-to-face player in the current season. So, all right, let us have a look at some action here. And that is not what was supposed to happen. That's what was supposed to happen. Someday this is not my best night tonight operating this.
Brandon, you rock, man. You rock. Don't you worry.
Much better than either of us would. So.
All right, I got one more chance, the 4th game, to make a clean transition. We'll see if I do it. All right, you guys were, let's see, Siobhan was in the East. You want to switch it up here?
Sure, why not?
All right, Siobhan in the West. Let us look at some spring 1901 orders. Take it away.
Largely boring. The English, I see that all the time. The French, blah. Honestly, I have nothing much to say about these openings.
All right, David, tell us about the East.
And I have very little to say about the Eastern openings, although the Italian did do the Tyrolean excursion opening. Go to Tyrolia. You're next to a lot of cool places. See what you want to do in the fall. But otherwise, these are all fairly standard. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I missed Vienna to Budapest. All right, sir. That's the 2nd time we've seen that tonight. And statistically, Vienna to Budapest is about a 10 to 15% type opening for the Austrians. It doesn't happen when I first joined the hobby in the 80s, it was actually pretty popular for whatever reason, but it is not popular nowadays. To see it twice in the same night is really interesting.
Yeah, it's and Brian Preble just messaged me and said, "Not boring, guys. Standard, not boring."
It's not boring, but standard. I see Chris Kelly in the comments saying France not covering Burgundy is worth noting. Maybe it's worth noting for the Weasels, but I actually see that a lot in face-to-face tournaments, that no one goes to Burgundy and it's just a thing.
Yeah.
This used to be the most common. If you don't mind the old man being a history guy again, this used to be the most common French opening that I saw when I joined the hobby.
Is that right?
At least 50%.
I mean, like, I've seen this 100 times.
At least 50-50. This was the way the French opened when I joined the hobby.
But I have to say, like, French has so much tactical advantage that to give them such a pass right away. I mean, all three neighbors just left all of the hot spots open.
Love it.
Well, I'm not saying that the other players like the fact that the French opened this way and got away with it. I'm just saying that it used to be more common. It's not as common now that the French could get away with this.
All right. Well, let's push ahead here and see who pays the price. Let's stay in the East here with you, David.
All right, I'm going to pay more attention this time. The interesting thing we see is that Romania goes to the Turks with support of the Austrians.
Double support.
Yeah, this is a nice little AT start here. And everything would be great except Jason decided he wanted to take Trieste. So I'm sure that's not what Chris McKinney was looking for in this situation. But honestly, if you're Jason, you're patting yourself on the back and saying, with that much AT cooperation, I'm kind of glad I took Trieste. So,
I mean, my God, right? Like, so Tanya Gill in Turkey ends up with two builds, gets both armies into the Balkans, and gets the Black Sea. Like, this is not a case of everyone being afraid of the highest rated player on the board, right? This is a case of at least one person saying, all right, I'm gonna walk on the hot coals. I'm gonna dance with the fire right here. And and he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids.
Really true, and that is a good description of Jason Messball. I would think everyone would agree.
Well,
it all would have been fine if it hadn't been for Jason. How many times have I heard that statement?
Possible this was arranged, but typically you would see Ionian going to Aegean here with something like that. So, all right, well, we'll find out. We'll see if the subsequent moves give us any insight. Tell us about the West, Siobhan.
So, I mean, Germany takes Holland with support. We put the English army into Belgium. We'll see how long that lasts. We have commented on previous streams that is where English armies go to die. Stephen, I hope it is different for you. The French commit south with the fleet. We haven't seen that a lot on these streams, so yeah. Go for it. Kill Jason. Love it.
Let's give a shout out to Graham for getting away with leaving Munich open with an Italian army in Tyrolia.
Mm-hmm. We've talked a lot about considering the player next to you and are they going to go for it? Should you cover it? Should you be cautious? And I love seeing that either by negotiation or just by estimation of the player that they made the right call.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if there's some sort of central triple negotiations. We don't rarely talk about central triples on these live casts. It makes me a little bit sad, but you'd think the fleet would be going to Tunis if there were some Western central Tripoli thing happening here. I don't know. We'll see if there's two fleets that get plopped down. But yeah, the build in Venice, right? This is whether we get an army or two fleets. That's one to look out for here.
Yep.
And let's find out. And we get an army. So there's clearly this is a suggestion that not all is well in AI land. Although he can't keep Trieste. So
no.
The French put down two fleets, which is really surprising given that the army is so far away in Portugal and there was an army in Ruhr. This may be something that the French comes back to regret. Elsewhere, Tanya says, "What, me? Don't look over here. I'm not so bad." Presumably, this is now going to Armenia, though. But yeah, this has AT written all over it. So, and then the Germans hoping for some English help, probably. All right, let's see what happens. And let's stay in the West with you, Siobhan.
All right, so the English pivot down to the Channel, and in the north, put the Russians into Sweden. Fine. And the French are pushing everything down into the Med as the English take advantage of what is presumably a diplomatic, no, I got your back. I got you. I'm never going to the Channel. I'm never bouncing Burgundy. Okay.
Boy, but from a strategic perspective, it's really hard to figure out what the alliance structure here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult for me because it's like there's anti-French sentiment written over the moves, but not.
But also, England goes to the Channel, but also supports Picardy to Burgundy. So
yeah. So it's like, ooh.
Yeah, we'll see. Be interesting to see.
I'm here to support you. No, well, okay.
But now, actually, North is at risk here. Norway has to make a choice here. There's going to be.
I kind of love being Graham in this.
You do? Even. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, if you can get the Russian to support you into Norway, then you can cut north. I think
there's options here.
All right, tell us about the East, David.
Well, Turks obviously went ahead and took Sev, which is not terribly shocking, I guess, since the Russians wanted to try to make a play for Galicia and try to stay alive somehow. The Russian fleet's not doing you a lot of good if you're the Russians, honestly. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to try to stay as a player, maybe just give up on your fleet and try to become an army power, maybe try to work something out with the Turks. I don't know. As opposed to defending Sev right this minute from Ukraine. There wasn't any way to defend it in the long term anyway. Yeah. So go from there. I just think it's interesting. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If Russia can get a build here, or Russia can hold on to Sweden and not lose Moscow or St. Petersburg, they'll get a rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. So the Austrians take Trieste back, as we all knew that they could, but have been outflanked by the convoy to Albania. So I also want to point out, you guys that have played this game, be careful what you comment right now, because we're trying to commentate on this thing without knowing much about what you were thinking, and so it's going to defeat the purpose if y'all tell us everything in your commentary here on the chat.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, the convoy to Albania sets up a guess here. So Austria now has to guess whether to cover Serbia or triple support Trieste. There's also Greece to worry about, although presumably if the AT is strong, then Aegean could support Greece. Or maybe they get aggressive and Aegean goes to Ionian with Greece support, and they just say screw it. And Greece can retreat to Bulgaria if it needs to. That would be an aggressive way to go about this. Let's find out what happens. And David, tell us about it.
It's not the way they went. They didn't cover Serbia, so the Italians took Serbia. Oh. But the Italians also were able to keep. Oh my goodness, they were able to keep Trieste as well. There's just some. I'm sorry, Chris. There's just a couple of mistakes here on the moves, from what I can tell. So Tanya's convoying into Bulgaria to get her units up on the front. But goodness, now Jason's. I mean, we rag on Jay. Jason's a good player. He knows how to move units around, and he did some good moves here.
Yeah, he got fortunate though. I mean, of all the options that Chris had, this was not a good one.
This was not ideal. No.
Yeah. As Chris may be a beginning player, still learning tactics, and isn't a difficult strategic situation. Although if that's the case, you'd think Tanya would be. Perhaps feeding him better tactics, but
unless Tanya is not worried too much about that, it's going to make a deal with the Italians because the French are down there. Of course, the French are leaving, as Siobhan's getting ready to tell us.
Yeah, Siobhan, tell us about it.
I mean, the first thing that jumps out to me in the West is just I really, really want to be a part of these negotiations because they seem like they're changing every season. I mean, last turn we had the English supporting France into Burgundy. Now we have the Germans supporting Picardy into Belgium, while
London
that's not a room Brest. That I want to be in.
London takes Brest, and Belgium does not retreat to Burgundy but comes off the board so he can rebuild in Liverpool.
Yeah, which I mean, I think that pulling it for a rebuild is the right call. Where English armies go to die. Stephen, learn this lesson.
All right, I'm going to call out the builds, and then I want you guys to tell me why, make a case for anyone other than Tanya Gill topping this board. So first, we've got a fleet in Liverpool. Germany drops a fleet, suddenly in better position than maybe he looked earlier. Although I think Siobhan, you said he likes his position. Tanya puts down a fleet in Smyrna. Okay. Is there any argument for anybody here besides Tanya topping this board right now, Siobhan?
I honestly still like the German.
Really?
I mean, if I have to argue for anyone but Tanya.
So you agree Tanya is in the best
I
position?
would still prefer to walk into the Turks' position, given a choice. But if I had to pick a second, I like the German position. I just got Russian support. I just made a friend out of the French. I think I'm okay.
David?
All right, so I'm going to play devil's advocate here against Tanya being the topper. So the devil's advocate position is Jason knows how to play. He's not facing a French attack. And so he can perhaps defend or be the point of the spear against keeping in favor of keeping the Turks cornered while somebody gets their act together in the West. Now, let me see if I can figure out how to make an argument for somebody doing that. Because France, you would think, has decided to make a bold move and all that, but they lost breath. They got no armies. Germany's got position on them, but the English are also out of position. Well, Tanya's going to probably top this board.
Yeah, I'd like Germany a little bit better if that Russian fleet weren't there.
I don't know, but they just got Russian help, so.
No, they just displaced Russia out of Sweden.
Oh, that's right. I still like it.
Okay, well, we'll see.
I mean, I like Tanya better, but
yeah. But if you were going to make a case, there's Germans who you would do it for. Okay.
I see Tanya Gill in the comments. If you guys keep talking like this, I'll never have friends. Tanya, you will always have friends. That's a gift on a diplomacy board.
Well, look, she came into this like number two in the league standings, top two of the two boards she was on. Number one in the invitational standings. No one's paying attention to them yet. And she won a tournament. Like, her reputation should be preceding her at this point, and it was not a problem here. So,
and let me make an argument in favor of that for a minute.
Sure.
In a game of diplomacy, you look at who's playing, and if the way you play is you're going to look at the people and I'm going to try to kill the best players. No, that may or may not be the right thing for your position. Just because somebody is a good player or has a lot of good recent experience doesn't mean they should not be your alliance partner. It's totally dependent upon the board position. So I'm in favor of not knee-jerk attacking people just because you've heard their name and think they're great. Sometimes a person that you've heard their name and you think they're great would make a great partner.
Yeah.
So you're saying we shouldn't always kill Doug Moore?
I did not say that.
And you can, top players who are used to getting targeted will often be willing to make you sweetheart deals. And if your worry is that you won't be able to take that sweetheart deal and convert it into into a board top because the top player will somehow get the advantage over you at some point, well, then that's your task, right? Like, that's where you get to improve, is by taking the opportunity and learn how to run with it. But if the alternative is just fighting the top player, and that ends up just ruining your game as well.
And you see people do that, honestly. Yeah. And it's a mistake.
Just out of fear, or because they want to go after the big name, something like that.
And sometimes people don't really know what to do, so they fall back on that. Instead, I would say, let's learn how to make your own position better instead of falling back on the attack the person I've heard of.
All right. And David, you're not speaking from personal experience, are you?
Again, I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, good. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Okay. England pulls back off of France and convoys to Yorkshire for some reason. As France pulls back, so okay, we've got some sort of diplomatic negotiation happening here where they've decided that something else is a bigger threat, and everyone's moving north and east-ish, I guess.
But again, it's all to Turkey's benefit, right? Like Russia harassing Italy here.
My God.
Tanya, we are deeply impressed, right? Like all of this.
fantastic. I don't know what you did, Tanya, to make all of this happen, but it's beautiful.
All right, let's keep going here. We'll see fall 1903. David, well, nothing happened. Tell us what doesn't happen in the East.
Well, I see a black arrow. The Turkish unit moved to Galicia. That's exciting news. That's going to be our feature story in Deadline News next month. There was one unit in the East that moved. That's awesome. Over to you, Siobhan, in the West.
Not a whole lot more. I mean, there's some German movement down in Tyrolia following up into Munich. The French get into Western Med, but who thought they wouldn't? Liverpool to NAO, so I guess it can pull over to Norwegian and Barents when it wants to. But, this is the slowest late playing Western triple I've ever seen.
That can't do anything. Yeah, it's hard to watch because there's a deal to be made up in here that would suit two of the three people. You know, and it looks to me like England and Russia should be making a deal here. In my opinion, you know, that Russia needs help against Turkey, England or Germany could potentially help, but Germany's not interested in doing that. So this unit's not doing, none of these units are doing anything for any of these three people.
Well, let me play devil's advocate a minute.
Sure,
so
please.
The Western powers are now in Tyrolia and Western Med. So, is there no progress being made? You can't say that. I agree with a lot of units sitting around. It's not what I would have done. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying if your goal was to go and fight the East because you're worried about either the Turks by themselves or an strong IT or something, they're countering that pretty well.
Sure.
I'm trying. Come on, give me a chance.
I appreciate you trying to make a case for this. I think they're seeing a bogeyman where they're like, yes, I do see Tanya in a very strong position on this board, but
is that the same thing as a boogeyman? Because that's boogeyman, just
what?
Boogeyman?
Yeah,
I don't know. We call it a boogeyman.
Regional,
Boogeyman.
Yeah.
This is on all that.
And someone else also calls them lightning bugs instead of fireflies.
That's what we call them, lightning bugs. Yeah, I never heard the term firefly until I think I was in college.
Yeah. But I don't see this as the most optimum set of moves or like this bizarre Western triple that seems to be forming in a response to this.
But a Western triple, I don't think is what you want either.
It's not at all what you want.
I was trying to make a case for it, but
No, this is the point of the broadcast where we point out that David Hood is a professional lawyer and constructing arguments.
And he likes rebutting the arguments and
just constructing arguments regardless of inherent merit.
Bring it. I was on the debate team back in the day. I got this.
All arguments can have a value in terms of what you can build a client for, I suppose.
Wow.
All right.
This is really deteriorating. Let's move on to the
next.
Moving on.
Indeed. Okay. Let's see what happens with the builds. We see England saying goodbye to a fleet that never did anything for him, and Austria says goodbye to an army that has lasted into 1904. And Turkey puts down another army, which I suspect will find its way into Romania or Ukraine at some point very soon.
In short order.
Or maybe Serbia or Budapest, something like that. Okay, and then France puts down an army, and that's about it. All right, spring 1904. Let's go to you, David, in the East. Lots of black arrows over there.
Oh, yeah. Bang into Budapest. Army dead. Look at the Western Triples progress. Let's go back to my earlier argument. Look at Vienna. They're getting Silesia. They've convoyed. Isn't that a convoy to Tuscany?
It is with Austrian support.
Western Triple. They've killed the Russian fleet, which goes off the board.
It's a Western Triple plus Austria.
Love it, actually.
Plus something. Austria is not much of anything to plus anymore because they just lost their guy in Budapest.
So yeah, IT versus Western
England does nothing, though. I want to point out.
What's up?
England does absolutely nothing.
Yep.
So Stephen Hogue, what are you getting out of this? Why aren't you moving? I mean, what is Russia doing for the Western Triple that merits you not moving on St. Pete at least?
He's not in the Western Triple. He's getting ready to stab somebody.
But what can he do? I mean, I love me a Convoy to Tuscany. That's always beautiful. Love that Jason was on the short end of that. So
I want to know if Piedmont, if we're going to see Marseille turn red.
that would be.
I will give somebody $20 right now if that happens.
I will add another 20.
I want it to happen. I want to pay the $20. I want
Yeah.
to pay for something.
Chris McKinney, you will get $40, 20 from David, 20 from me if you took Marseille this turn.
All right, I'm not sure what we're encouraging with this sort of activity. Let us find out. No.
Oh,
Yeah, but he does live though. Look at
he
that.
does take Venice. Okay, you don't get my $20 for that, but
No, but he
love
did
it anyway.
Venice, which is even better.
Well, better. I don't know
Better.
exactly what you mean by
Define
that.
better.
Yeah.
A whole lot of nothing again from England. That's boring as hell.
Boy, this game feels like it's heading towards a draw in 1904, and we know it goes on for another 4 years.
I do love Tanya pushing forward into Bohemia. I'm sorry, that's the East. I shouldn't take David's.
No,
Yeah, David. Well, literally nothing happens in the West. Well,
Yeah.
Baltic to Sweden. All right, David, talk us through the East.
let's see. Italians moving their units around, which they needed to do. Attempt to take the Germans out, which wasn't going to work, but Jason had to try it anyway. I mean, the big thing is, the Austrians moving back and taking Venice. I guess that was a risk.
I do see in the comments that Chris McKinney says I was pretty split on going to Marseille. Could have had $40, Chris.
If he didn't know there was $40 riding on it, he probably would have gone to Marseille. But it's important to note that the French got into the Tyrrhenian.
Yeah. So, all right. So Tunis will be guaranteed next year, although I think with only 3 fleets, they'll have to do something to guarantee he holds on to it in the fall. But Italy's going to be pulling no, because they picked up Budapest. So 1-1, they don't get a build. Russia will get the rebuild. Thank you, Stephen Hogue, from Russia. And Turkey manages to not build here, but has advanced armies into somewhat delicious position. Although without the follow-up into Galicia, without getting into Galicia, Bohemia is going to be at risk of getting popped here. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what we got in terms of Russia's. I think Russia's the only one that gets anything here, which is a rebuild. And that will be.
Sounds right.
Oh no, Germany picked up Vienna.
Germany gets built. Oh,
yeah. So
that's rough for Tanya and Bohemia.
Yeah, that's right. That's why it's at risk. She'll have to. Oh yeah. She'll have to pull back, otherwise risk it getting popped. Oh no, actually, they could guarantee if with Italian help. They could pull it into Vienna here and tap Tyrolia. Okay. Anyway, that's it. We got a Russian fleet, a Russian army in St. Petersburg. All right. Siobhan, tell us what doesn't happen. Siobhan, tell us what happened. Tell us what the German units do.
Okay. The German units.
And the French too. Yeah.
There's one French unit that moves. It takes Tunis, and that's great. Good for you. The English do the same thing they've been doing for ages. Stephen Hogue, we're going to need to talk about that at some point. The Germans, as expected, push into Bohemia, and Bohemia takes Vienna with Italian support. Oh, no, France takes Rome. Do I see that?
Yeah.
I missed that tiny little arrow. Okay.
With Venice support.
All right.
Shout out to McKinney for making himself valuable.
Oh, yeah.
What you want to do when you're the small.
Yeah. All right, David, talk us through the rest of the East.
Well, I think we've already mentioned the Germans do go down into Trieste, forcing the Italians to retreat to Serbia. And of course, you can see the Italians, knowing they were going to lose Tunis, go ahead and take out Tyrrhenian, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Just to go back to the sort of the strategic view of this game, maybe the West is doing this because it's Tanya. Maybe they did say, look, Tanya is Tanya Gill and she's getting big. We got to stop everything we're doing to prevent that. Maybe that's what's going on here.
But they haven't gone after Tanya, right? They've gone after Italy and Austria.
Well, they can't get to Tanya, so they're trying to get to those centers before Tanya does,
I don't know the Austrian very well, but going after Jason Massbaum seems par for the course.
But I still think Hogue is back there just waiting for an opportunity to do something, because he is not he's a relatively new player. He's been playing a lot lately, and he is not Mr. Passive. So he's going to do something here.
All right. I hope so.
All right, let's find out. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
All right. Well, Hogue does something different. I love the convoy into Belgium, though it looks like it was probably arranged because Belgium just walks out.
Yeah, not a convoy. The fleet went to Belgium.
The fleet went to Belgium with support, but Belgium just walks out. So something about that tells me it might have been arranged, because why?
And France may have thought that he was picking up 2 here, but actually doesn't get to keep Rome. So
Doesn't keep Rome, so it may have been. Yeah, Austria loses Venice, which is sad. Jason, you should have let him keep it. I mean, other than that, in the West, France takes back Tyrrhenian Sea.
And now, so Tanya's play here is really. I'm sorry, David. Talk us through the East, and then we'll talk about the situation.
Well, the Germans, as you can see, the Germans took back Vienna, killing the Turkish army. Tanya's the one that supports Maspon back into Venice to kill the Austrians. And of course, as you've already mentioned, he's also taking Rome back. I'm not sure that anything in here is terribly shocking.
So Tanya had clearly made a decision to stick with Italy rather than try to grab some Italian dots, and she has not been able to advance any further. So she got up to 7, very quickly. She had units in forward positions, but she's now been stymied. So
for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being. So I'll drop the builds, and then I'm going to ask you guys. So that she's now tied for the board top with Germany, and we've got England at 5, France still sitting at 6, tied with Italy at 6. This is a very congested situation, especially considering how commanding of a position Tanya had initially. So after I call out the builds, I'll ask you guys who you think is going to top this board. And for builds, we have England putting a fleet in London, which can do a lot of things. It'll be fun to see where these units go. Tanya gets a rebuild from the unit in Vienna that was popped this time because she moved in such a way that guaranteed that Trieste would be retaken by Italy. And that is it. We say goodbye to Chris McKinney. Thank you very much for playing, and I hope to see you on some future boards. It's 2 rough outings today, but hopefully 2 good learning experiences for you. We all go through it. Everyone, even players who pick the game up very quickly at first, go through periods where just nothing seems to work right. So it's possible you're in that situation as well. And
I've gone through years of that.
Yeah. So Chris, please stick with it and come back. And hopefully hopefully sometime when we have more time, we can get you on the stream and talk to you about it. All right. Tell me, who's going to top this board? David, we'll start with you.
Tanya. I'm sorry. It's still Tanya, because I don't think Hogue is going to wait forever to make a move. He's going to make some kind of move, may even do it right now against the Germans. And once that happens, everything gets reshuffled, and the Turks are still in the corner. They're still impossible to dig out, and they've still got position on the Italian centers. I'm not saying that's the only possible outcome. I'm just saying it's the most likely scenario.
Siobhan?
It may be the most likely, but I'm still putting my money on the German. I made a case for them early on where if I was going to argue for anyone but Tanya, I'm liking it a little more and more.
Not worried. So with the Germans, you're not worried about units being too far forward committed and the English sitting behind you. Holland is indefensible at this point.
I mean, maybe I'm overreading what I think is happening in negotiations here, but I'm going to put my money on the German.
Yeah. Okay.
I still think Hogue has if it's not going to be Tanya, it's going to be Steve Hogue, I think.
It's an awesome moment just from a diplomacy perspective, because it's just very complicated and very even, right? Yep. And that, you've got the Italians and the French just intertwined in this kind of ugly way.
It's not the French and it's not the Italians, no matter what.
But they are entangled in a way that will probably keep either of them from having a real shot at topping this board. I think that if you're Jason Maspam, you definitely wanted to see Army Rome get pulled off the board and rebuilt back at home. I think if you're Chris Brown, you probably should have wanted that as well, because now you are just stuck. And you could have, if you had rebuilt this at home, you could have unwound with Italy, and made a deal with Italy to fight against Turkey, and then try to make some deal in the West to keep yourself relevant. But For me, this is the biggest single thing in Tanya's favor right now. The second being the fact that England and Germany seem sort of destined for a fight. Yeah, I'd put my money on Tanya here. I mean, not only is it a pretty good position, it's
All right,
you know,
I'm
she's an
sticking with
excellent
Graham and
player.
Germany.
All right, cool.
Let's see if the French take Munich. I think that'd be awesome if they did that.
Awesome, depending on who you put your money on. But
all right, let's find out, and we'll go with let's see, Siobhan's in the West, right?
yeah,
What does Burgundy do? Does not.
it does
go to
not
Munich.
take Munich, and the English go full north into the English. Yes, see, my money's on the Germans. Love it.
It's a good one for the Germans, right?
Yes.
Russia is helping hold Turkey back, and
No, it's I've been watching this, and I think it's just strong diplomatic negotiation from Graham. Somehow he's managed to turn a position that could have been very weak for him on several occasions into opportunities, and I love it.
no, it's not out of the woods yet. Actually, England could really,
They could
yeah. And then
But
there's
with
Russia.
with a fleet in the Barents and an army in Norway and a
Yeah.
fleet in the English Channel.
No
Yeah.
doubt, it could have been a lot worse. Right? Yeah. Okay, let's go to the east. David, tell us about it.
Well, they did lose Vienna, at least for the time being, by taking Galicia. And I'd have to look at the units a minute after the position, but I'm not sure the Germans get that back.
I don't think they do.
They don't get that back. So
No.
that's a bad sign. I mean, the Germans going east full bore with 4 armies is really awesome unless you don't get any centers out of it. And then it's not awesome at all.
And
So
worse
that-
if you lose one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see. I mean, maybe they take Warsaw here or something. I don't know.
What they take Warsaw, Turkey takes Moscow, while
I mean, I'm not saying they're going
England
to.
makes a play for St. Pete. Like if they all have supported attacks on each.
But if
I
you're
wouldn't do that though,
Yeah.
because you don't really want the Russians to die unless you're the one taking all their stuff. You don't want
Yeah.
other people to take their stuff.
I think if you're Tanya, Ukraine supports Warsaw here, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And leaves Moscow alone.
Probably. I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
And it's worth noting that Tanya had the had to retreat into, my allies' open supply zone.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, it's also important to note that they killed the French army in Apulia.
Yeah. Which, I get it. Yeah, I think if you're Tanya, you like having that army there, but maybe your Italian ally insisted on it, and so you had to do it.
Yep.
So, all right, this will be a fun. This is I mean, it still feels like it's unwinding in Tanya's favor here, but let's see how it goes. And David, start in the east. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the Germans took Warsaw. I just said maybe they'll take Warsaw, but they probably shouldn't. They did anyway because the Turks did not support it. Moscow supported St. Pete, which was probably right, but I'm sure they had a deal with Tanya not to cut them.
Yeah.
What else is happening? Well, the Turkish fleet goes to the Ionian. Isn't that right?
Yep. And the Italian fleet retreats to the Adriatic here.
Retreats to the Adriatic, which is a good way to unwind that if you're still trying to be the IT.
Yeah.
Hogue really just doesn't get anything out of his move. I'm still puzzled by why he didn't just go after the Germans in that situation.
And take Holland.
Take Holland and then move other units in position. I mean, at some point, and he may still do this, but at some point he's got to make a move. There's no reason to sit back there and be passive at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's like, what does he have to lose? I mean, he may think the problem is if I stab Germany, then Turkey's going to board top. But
if he doesn't stab Germany, he's definitely not going to board top.
Right. So why not? So why not take a shot at it?
I mean, in theory, he could go after the French, maybe, but the Germans are a lot easier to go after.
And now he's got, Italy is more available as if he were if Stephen had attacked Germany here, Germany would be pulling a unit, probably one of these, which would free up Italy to try to hold off Turkey. You could work, England and Italy could potentially work together here, and maybe with France unwinding, I don't know. Anyway, there's certainly there's not evidence of active diplomatic work being done by Stephen, and that's what we want to see, right?
And maybe he tried. I mean, we don't really know exactly what
true.
the situation is, but
yeah, I shouldn't say work. I should say success. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Winter builds. This is we see Russia pulling off an army, and France drops the army back in Marseille. I mean, probably, yeah, gives them more flexibility. And Tanya puts down another army in Khan, which I will be surprised if it doesn't end up in Serbia, to be honest, or the game will just end. So she is sitting at 8 right now with a one dot lead for the board top. All right, spring 1907. Tell us about it, David, in the East.
Turks went ahead and take Moscow because Moscow goes to Warsaw with the Turkish support. So, I mean, the German attack on Warsaw was probably short-sighted in the sense that you've definitely turned Russia. They were already sort of puppeting a little bit to the Turks, and now they're a complete puppet to the Turks. So that's really good for Tanya. The Italians move into the Tyrrhenia because the French have decided to switch again. That's sort of what Chris has been doing this whole game, is going back and forth. I'm not saying it's wrong. He may be doing the right thing here. I'm not sure, because he wasn't getting anything doing what he was doing. So he's moved out of Piedmont, moving out of Tyrrhenia, and maybe trying to give the Italians space to keep the Turks at bay. Maybe that's what he's doing. Hogue decides to leave the English Channel again, go north even more, which he does. He succeeds this time in St. Pete. I guess the attack on Holland is still there for the fall if he wants it. Now I'm moving into Siobhan territory, so I'm going to hush.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm confused and bewildered by the German moves. I mean, why are you self-bouncing in Helgoland? Like, I don't like the German position anymore.
It's just a lot of unproductive units, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, we've now seen, what is this? All of the English units. So, 4 or 5 of them, depending on the year, and 3 German units, and how many French units. So like 7 or 8 units that have just not been doing anything productive. And the
IT is only going to benefit.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just clear that Tanya's going to top the board. It's confirmed with Russia.
I don't think I can make any sort of argument to the contrary, even if I wanted to, for the sake of.
I think the scenario you depicted was always one in which Italy was fighting Turkey, and if Italy's not going to fight Turkey, then
at some point they needed to fight Turkey, and
I think Hogue had some chance, as I said earlier, if he'd had gone ahead and attacked and taken stuff and gotten a lot of Germany before Germany could go back to defend it. Yeah. Maybe there's some chance if he convinces Jason to turn around and fight the Turk. I mean, there's some scenario where that could have happened. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah, but it's a wheeling and dealing scenario, right? Where he has to orchestrate the entire board because he has to get France to give Italy the breathing room. But maybe he gets France to come on board with fighting Germany with him, right? Like there's a way to make all parts of the plan work together.
They could have slipped into Munich during that move. They could have done it together. They could have both been growing instead of both not growing. Now, I'm not saying England didn't just take St. Pete, because he did, but I think he could have grown more.
But I think attacking France is counterproductive. Or Russia is. I always get them mixed up for some reason. Attacking Russia is counterproductive because Russia is potentially holding Turkey back, and now we have to go back 2 years to see where the opportunity was. But look, on the other hand, right, we're watching the emergence of a master diplomat, right? Like Tanya she's not just doing well now; she's doing well consistently. She is consistently mastering boards.
She will deny that strenuously.
Oh, I'm waiting for her to appear in the chat.
Poor old Tanya just got lucky again.
Yeah. Turkey's. I hate playing Turkey. Turkey's my worst country.
This is not luck, Tanya. This is all skill, and you.
All right. Well, so now it's just a question of how big the board top actually gets. My suspicion is that this is how it's going to end with her at 9. It's not a massive score, but it is it's a solid score.
Absolutely.
And without stabbing Jason in Italy, which it appears she has no desire to do.
Yeah, and with all these, with all the armies, with all the German armies here in the West not fighting, there's really not a whole lot more to squeeze out of this lemon, right?
We sometimes talk about which side of the board is going to resolve. That's the terminology we sometimes use in diplomacy.
Yeah.
The West didn't just not resolve. Nobody ever tried to resolve.
Nobody ever did anything.
Yeah.
Like it just sort of dipsy doodled for a minute, and then
it's one thing if you go back and forth and the alliances shift and nobody wins because the alliances are shifting or whatever. But nobody even tried on this one.
Yeah, was there never a single attack on anyone in the West? It's hard to even remember.
There were like mini attacks. England went to Brest at one point, but then immediately left.
Yeah, oh, right.
Yeah.
This game, right.
It was fine, and there was so much opportunity, and this is why I was rooting for Graham and Germany, for Germany to take advantage of all that dipsy-do between England and France. But
I think to do it, he had to keep his forces in the north and be taking northern dots.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I think he needed to take northern dots, not southern ones. The southern ones helped Turkey even more. It's funny, like we often talk about the Western Triple helping Turkey, and it creates a strong Turkey. This is like the opposite. This is where a strong Turkey created a Western Triple.
Yeah, that could be, although it was not an effectual enough triple to make any difference. I mean, I think let's just talk about, instead of being, I'm trying not to be critical here. I think there's some good learning opportunities here. Steve will probably, and people watching Steve Hoag's position will now say, that sitting around didn't really help me, particularly in a game with a time limit. I'm going to be more aggressive next time. And I would say this to newer players. It is hard to be aggressive when you're just learning this game because you don't feel like you maybe have the ability to know how to be aggressive and when. Learning when to be aggressive is how you get better at this game. I'm not saying you always need to be aggressive at all. Just saying there are situations where you have to be. This was one of them. And it's just a good learning experience for everyone watching, I think.
Yeah.
Including Steve.
Siobhan, any final thoughts on this game?
I mean, I completely agree with David on this, is that there's moments where you should be more aggressive than you are, and I have spent many, many years not taking those moments. And so watching it happen to other players is painful for me because it just brings up all those years of past play where I should have done more than I did.
Yeah, to be clear, we're not saying that this was Stephen passing up a why not me moment, right? Like he was never in position for the killer move and just didn't have the guts for it. This was more like not even putting himself in position to do that when there were opportunities to take some steps down the path, and he just sort of stayed in place. Yeah, man, Stephen, we're all looking forward to watching you develop that skill because we know it's coming.
Stephen's defending himself here by saying that what he really did was turn an FG around the other way. That could very well be, which is important for us. We don't really know how the negotiations went.
Yeah.
But we're not suggesting that wasn't a good move, which it was. I'm just suggesting that at some point you also got to make your own move to try to get. I mean, Tanya could still have topped the board if Stephen had made that stab that I was suggesting. I think I said at the time, I still thought the odds were that Tanya was going to top, but at least that would have given Hoag a shot at it.
Yep.
I don't think the other guys had a shot at it.
Hey, Jason, maybe if it was, if we could have worked some magic, but it needed, yeah, right. Well, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Sorry, Jason and I have a lot of history. We have been playing in California together for far too many years.
He's a perfectly fine feller, as we would say down here.
All right. Well, let us
much love you, Jason.
Let's bid adieu to this game, and also thank Tanya Gill for letting us bear witness, because we're watching the emergence of someone staking a claim to being one of the best players on the tour right now, and there's no argument against
let me just say, I was talking a lot about Steve Hoag there missing an opportunity. Way to go, Tanya, which is what I really also need to say. Way to go, Tanya. Well played.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe we'll get to see how this affects the standings a little bit later on. But for now, we go to our fourth and final game of the evening. This is game number 14 in the VDL calendar for the year. We have in Austria, Richard Lowenberg coming to us from New York, playing in his first VDL game. In England, we have Morgante Pell, who played in the Liberty tournament. And is playing in his first VDL game, coming to us from Vermont. France, we have Nicolas Sahuguet, former world champion, playing in his first VDL game. Germany, we have Jim Fan, coming to us from California, also playing in his first league game. And in Italy, we have a familiar face, Eric Grinnell, who was played in the morning game as well, and is still in first place, I believe. I don't think anyone who topped in the first two would have passed him. In Russia, we have Jay Honold, who is Chicago Weasel, who is currently in position to make the top board for the Weasels season, but he's playing in his first VDL game. And in Turkey, we have Sam Feldman coming out of.
Apparently, we're trying to move everybody to British Columbia.
Sam lives in Canada now.
No,
Yeah.
he's definitely in Austin, Texas. That's just a mistake.
He's from Texas.
Yeah, this and the creative spellings for state names are evidence of some
Also, I need to meet all these California players for when all of this shelter in place is over. Jim and I don't remember who the other one was. I'll figure it out.
So just I just want to add that these little errors on these things are signs of overworked, underpaid volunteers for DBN, and we thank everyone involved with DBN for all of the work that they do.
That's pretty good. We were kidding about all that stuff. This DBN stuff's really awesome. So we could take a few little minor screw ups.
I kid, but I am not the one putting in the legwork here. So.
All right. With that, let us turn to the board. And do you guys want to stick? You guys are 1-1 now on East and West. Do you want to stick with what you got or switch?
Siobhan, it's up to you.
I like to swap it up. I'll take the East again.
All right. Siobhan's in the East. David Hood is in the West. And David, let's start with you. Oh, first of all, is there anything about the positioning of the players that stands out as interesting here? We've got Eric Grinnell, first place in the league in Italy, and former world champ Nicolas Sahuguet in France. This will be an interesting border to have a look at. Anything else?
Well, that to me is the most interesting relationship. The relationship between France and Italy is one of the more interesting relationships anyway, from a strategic point of view. Do they never fight, which gives each of them a chance to dominate their own homeland or their own heartland area? Or do they have conflict because one side or the other wants to get past the stalemate line? That's a very interesting dynamic in any game of diplomacy. You got the two most experienced players in France and Italy. Could be interesting.
All right. And I should say, Austria's Richard Lowenberg. I think we might have had Richard on there.
I was about to ask, is it Richard or Richard?
It's Richard. It definitely is.
Good to know.
Yeah, no, we corrected that earlier. Just didn't get it corrected.
Nicola, we got your name right on this screen, so shush you in the comments.
Oh, with the U? Yeah. We've gotten it straight, Nicola. In the official database, you are spelled correctly, but that was something that I noticed earlier this week when I was normalizing the database.
As a person with a very difficult to spell name, I'm familiar with this.
Yes.
Me too.
And Nicola,
David, you come across it all the time.
You'd be surprised how many people ask me how to spell my last name. You would be surprised.
All right, that's fair.
Anyway, Nicola, we apologize and glad that we've got it correct now. Okay, let's see if we can muster up anything else to apologize to Nicola for.
I'm sure that will come. David,
all right, David, tell us about it.
A supported move to Burgundy from Nicolas Sahuguet. I like that move when the Germans are stranded in Munich. As you know, Brandon, I love to strand people in 1901, so they can't do anything with their unit, and that's a great one to do if you're the French and you either have talked the Germans into let's just bounce in Burgundy, or you think they're going anyway. You go there to strand the German unit for the fall. Otherwise, other than the Germans trying to poke it or trying to do something in Burgundy, pretty much standard moves. You got the Yorkshire move instead of the Edinburgh move with the English army. All
right, Siobhan, take us around the East.
The things that stand out to me, we have the normal bounces in Galicia and Black Sea. Trieste holds, anticipating the move from Venice, which is really interesting. So I'm curious what Richard heard from Eric Grinnell that tipped him off to killing the Venice and Rome to Venice move. And Sam Feldman in Turkey does the ever popular
opening.
It's the Weasel opening.
It does it against a Weasel.
And does it against a Weasel, which is Well played.
I have to say, it's always satisfying as Austria when you get this one right. You anticipate the worst Italian attack against you, which is Venice to Trieste, with the follow up from Rome.
I mean, if you're Richard in this moment, you're just like, nailed it.
Yeah, and you got the Turk going against the well, that may end up being a problem for you actually, if you can't get Turkish help against.
But you got a Sunstorm opening, and you guessed right against the Italian.
Yeah, so at least you don't have an RT coming at you. Exactly. Supposedly it depends.
Presumably.
Yeah, as we talk about when we see this opening a lot on the broadcast, this can often be a feint for what ends up being an RT. It depends on whether you see the fleet get into black and convoy over. And anyway, all right, let's go into the fall 1901 here, and Siobhan will stay with you in the east. What do you see?
Okay, so Turkey takes Greece, leaving Bulgaria neutral for the fall. Okay. I don't okay.
Good part.
Yeah, no, it's the Austrians supporting the Russian into Romania to give them the chance to protect Black Sea and Sev. Oof. Okay.
Well, this is one of those.
Go.
Well, this is one of those 50-50 guesses where, I've seen players do this where they deliberately don't go to the Black Sea in order to pull the fleet out and you follow in with the army.
That seems like there was a 50-50 guess there, but you tried to take both 50s at the same time.
I think the worry here, if you're Sam, is that Austria and Russia are apparently cooperating in some way. Although I think if you're Austria and you're going to choose somebody here, you're going to choose Russia, you want to just stymie Italy here.
I think there's a whole lot of confusion here in the East, and Eric Grinnell is a very experienced player, and there might be some paranoia about that, and they can't figure out how to get together on it.
Yeah, but if you're Eric, you got to love what happened here, right?
Oh, I'm Eric. I love this.
You didn't get the extra build, but you got position, and there's a strategic mess. Yeah. All right, David, take us around the West, which has some developments.
Well, I would say two things that matter. First, the convoy to Belgium by the English, and second, the fact that the Germans let the Russians into Sweden. Other than that, the guy in Burgundy apparently was going to let the English take Belgium, so that's why he took the poke at Munich. I guess
nothing else to do.
You could make an argument for going to Ruhr there as a positional move because you don't expect the Germans to be going to Burgundy, so why not take the position in Ruhr? That might have been what I would have done, because you certainly wouldn't have expected the Germans to leave Munich for any reason. So I think maybe the move to Ruhr would have been cooler to do.
It would commit you, though, to an EG or an EF.
I believe in commitment. I believe in because if you don't commit early, you're not going to kill your enemy early. So you got to commit. If you're going to let the English into Belgium, why that to me that is a commitment. If you're letting the English into Belgium and not bouncing them, and you're committing to working with the English. Because why in tarnation would you let them in there if you're not going to work with them? Yeah. So if you're going to work with the English, put your guy in Ruhr. Yeah. Go to town.
Yeah, David, you're the kind of guy who likes to put the foot down on the accelerator right from the go. Is that right?
Yeah, I do. Because we talked earlier about which side of the board is going to resolve earlier. I like to be the one on the side of the board that resolves earlier, unless it's resolved against me. Now, I'm not saying that's always
why I like being on board with you, David.
Sometimes you can't do that. And you got to take the foot off the accelerator, put your foot on the brake. I would argue for that for sure. But my predilection and what I don't think is a good idea is for somebody to play that they never do that they always just go to neutral, take their neutrals and see what happens. To me, is a recipe for never actually winning very many tournaments. You might have a few games that go your way. You might board top a few times. You're not going to win a whole bunch of tournaments by being passive.
Yeah, and you're thinking about 18, right? Like for you, it's like I need to put my foot down so I can get to the stalemate line before anyone else does.
That's part of it. But even if you're talking about board topping, and I know this is controversial because people want to, in a board topping situation, you want to talk about balance of power and all that. And balance of power matters. But what I'm arguing is it's not the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
If you pick an ally that thinks like I do, that what you really want is for both of you to jump out of the gate quickly. One of you can be the board topper, the other one not. You'll figure that out later, but at least one of you is going to be.
Yeah.
If you both move quickly, that's what I'm thinking.
So
arguing for.
And in your thinking, even in scoring systems that highly prioritize board topping, like Tribute does, you've even in that case, you've at least reduced your challenge from being 1 out of 7 to being 1 out of 2.
Exactly. Or maybe 1 out of 3. I mean, obviously, lots of
Right.
situations depend. But yeah, you have given yourself a chance, not a guarantee, but you're giving yourself a chance to be the biggest guy on the board because you're moving quicker than somebody else is to resolve things. That's why if I'm France, I don't think I've ever in the last 25 years of playing the game, maybe in the beginning, I don't think I've ever gone for both Iberian centers in 01 because you're going the wrong freaking direction.
Mhm.
The enemies over there, they're not down in Iberia. There's nobody to fight in Iberia.
Iberia will always be there. You can always get
Take one, maybe take one of them, but you don't take both of them because you're going the wrong freaking direction.
So so David, is a Western triple like like a cuss word for you?
I am not a big fan of the Western triple. If the other two players are absolutely insistent on it, I will do it because I don't want to be the odd man out.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I'm always looking for a chance to do something different because Western triple, blah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I actually wrote an article in the 1980s that says why I hate triples. You can find it on the Diplomacy World website.
All right. Remind me about that later. We'll add the link in the description field below this. All right. Siobhan, you want to add any quick thoughts to that, or should we move on?
No, I think we're good.
All right. Then let us check out some builds. And in the winter 1901 builds, we see a bunch of northern fleets all sort of clustered together. This is interesting. Definitely
so many fleets.
Definitely no Western triple going on here. We've got the fleet for England, the fleet in England, fleet in London, and army in Edinburgh. The fleet in Brest. Really interesting to see what happens up here. And in Germany, we get the fleet in Kiel. So there's a lot of people want strategic flexibility in the West and the North. All right, over in the East, we got Russia plopping down 2 armies, staying non-committal. Turkey puts down a fleet. Guess really wants Black Sea, and the Austrian and Italian builds are non-surprising. Okay, let's go to spring of 1902, and David, talk us through the East.
Bouncing the channel, which was to be expected given the builds. Otherwise, the French are moving into position there to deal with the English that they should not have let into Belgium if they wanted to fight England. Just to again, saying that again. Germans moving their units around correctly, I would argue. Russians going south, so I'm going to leave that to Siobhan because we didn't see St. Pete doing anything against Norway, for example, as they could have.
Yeah, tell us about the East, Siobhan. That is a lot of activity.
There are so many black arrows in the East, and I'm trying to figure out what it all means. Part of me thinks that this is some sort of weird RT where they've agreed upon some swaps, because why else would the Turkish fleets move the way they do and leave Bulgaria behind? So I would expect to see, Armenia took Sev, but we're going to put the fleet in. Oh God.
Well, what about the Army Sev now convoys to Bulgaria on the Russian?
Army Sev convoys to Bulgaria. Yeah, you're right. So I would almost guarantee we're going to see that. Some shifting of some Turkish fleets. So yeah, no, RT.
All right, let's see what happens, and we'll stay with you, Siobhan.
And there's the convoy that we just spoke of. Turkey loses Greece in the effort, but Austria taking that loses Serbia and Trieste.
Yeah, we have it's a modified key opening now.
Yeah.
Except
it's like a forced key. Like, we're going to do this whether you like it or not.
Austria just basically said, screw you guys, RT. Because I assume that Austria knew that Italy would come up on. That's the sort of thing we can't tell, right?
I feel like he had to know, but he decided which direction he wanted to punish.
Yeah, you got it. Like the Ionian going to Aegean here to guarantee this move. That sort of indicates that they were coordinating in some respect.
They were coordinating at least enough that Eric knew what to take advantage of. So
yeah. And now his position is insurmountable, at least as far as Austria goes.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about the West, David.
Well, Nikolai and Jim have buried the hatchet, so to speak, in Belgium, where the English army went to die. Look at him! Look at the English trying to slip into St. Pete. That was fun. But otherwise, the French and the English bouncing in the Channel was to be expected. The German fleet, Denmark doing nothing, and the Kiel not going anywhere. I'm not sure I get that.
Yeah.
If you're going to go kill the English, that's great. Go do it. Which means get that fleet into the Helgoland Bight, and or take do something to north that helps the French get into English Channel. Various things. Some missed opportunities there, unless Germany's playing it cagey, and maybe that's what they're doing.
I mean, that maybe they were overly worried about England and Russia teaming up against them. But this is a case where taking this risk is worth much more than just ensuring you get the build.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what happens.
Plus, you don't really want to build in Berlin.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So if you get the build, so what? But he's getting the build. All right. So, all right. Pop quiz. What is Eric going to put down here? 2 builds. Siobhan, start with you.
Oof. I wouldn't be surprised to see one of each, army and a fleet.
Venice and Naples, then.
Venice and Naples, yes.
David?
Obviously, the fleet in Venice. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I agree with that because Austria's about to not be anything to attack. So then Eric's got to come up with something else to do. He needs another fleet.
Mm-hmm.
No argument for 2 armies or 2 fleets?
You could make an argument, definitely not for 2 fleets, I don't think. Because I don't know what your second. Who would you go after with 2 more fleets? One of them you have to build in Rome. I mean, the problem with building anything in Rome is that it's far away from where you need it to be.
Yeah.
Whereas Naples and Venice, and so if you're going to build in Venice and Naples, I don't think you'd build an army in Naples. Maybe you get some argument, you convoy to Albania or some kind of thing, but I just really think unless you build another fleet, you're not going to give yourself very many options.
You need one of each.
Yeah, it kind of depends too on what you think Austria is going to do. If you're confident Austria is in full Janissary mode, then you've got 2 more armies over here that you can do something with. All right, let's find out. And we get an army and a fleet. No surprise there. We get another German fleet. So committed now to anti-English and probably Russian as well. And all right, who do you like the most on this board at this moment, 1902? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I don't.
We can do David first if you weren't looking.
I've been looking. I'm not sure that there's really anything that I really want to step into that's jumping out at me.
David?
If the Germans had moved in the last turn, I might say the Germans.
But with that hold?
But now that they're basically a step behind, and maybe that won't matter because, gosh, I don't know. I might want to be the Italians, honestly.
Guess.
If the Austrian is janissarying for you, I mean, how could you not want that position? Like France isn't building anything.
I mean, I don't like the fact that there's 3 Turkish fleets. I don't like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Russian position's not terrible either. It depends on what the Germans are going to do, really, with all those fleets. The Russian position's not terrible. I don't know. I don't want to be the English. I don't want to be the English.
No, I don't want to be the English at all. And if the English and the Germans are about to get tangled, would it not be okay to be the French?
Maybe. I mean, it's like to argue with the question a little bit, which is what lawyers do, as you know. It's a little too early to even know who to be. There's so much play from several different positions here. It's kind of hard to know for sure.
I've been right once and wrong once, so I'm going to go with France.
All right. Then Siobhan, tell us what you see.
All right, so I'm back in the east. Cute little convoy from Romania to Armenia. So what was an RT maybe is breaking back down. A lot of movement from the Turk, though, which is always nice to see. So let me see. Serbia goes to Albania, but Greece goes to Serbia.
Yeah, we didn't, one thing we didn't pay attention to here was Austria's disband. And this, this indicated that.
Yeah, I totally missed that.
This was an indication that Austria was not Janissarying, actually.
Yeah.
Fair point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So now
We've got a lot of shifting of dots happening in the east.
what do you think of the Russian stab here on Turkey?
It's fine.
So it seems a bit strange to me not
They're
consolidating.
They're gonna get what, one dot off of Turkey, but Turkey's picking up Greece.
And they're not likely. I mean, there's a chance they won't keep Vienna. The Italians may kick them out.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love it. Seems short-sighted, like, ooh, I see dots in spring.
Yeah. And you're passing up your best shot at an ally, and you're going to lose Sweden as well. All right, David, talk us about the West.
Well, yeah, he's going to lose Sweden. Supporting the English to Skagerrak, though, maybe he doesn't lose Sweden.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because that means they're working together. The Germans did what they should have done last turn, which was Denmark to North Sea, Kiel to Helgoland.
Yep.
Otherwise, the French get into the English Channel because the Germans went to the North Sea. So otherwise, nothing's surprising.
Isn't it interesting, though, from a tactical perspective, how that slowdown in tempo actually has now expanded. It's now growing exponentially, because if he were in Helgoland already here, he would actually freeze this fleet in Norway, because it would most likely be supporting north here.
Yeah.
And then in the fall, you would have a 50-50 guess over whether to take Sweden or get Norway, and that would depend on what north, and that would depend on what Norway actually did.
Mm-hmm.
But now he has to worry about protecting Denmark, right? And Sweden is unlikely, although maybe the same calculus still applies. I don't know. Skagerrak now still has to decide whether to hold north or not.
To pull back on my criticism, the reason the Germans didn't do what I thought they ought to do is because they were worried about an attack on Denmark.
Yeah,
which I didn't think was very likely. And even if it happened, the French still would have gotten into the English Channel, and so you've got better position against your target, even if you had taken a chance and lost Denmark. The Denmark army's the guy in Munich's not doing you a whole lot of good anyway if you're working with the French. So there's I don't know. I understand why the Germans did it, but sometimes you cannot be passive. You're going to lose position.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move ahead here. We'll stay in the West with you, David. Fall of 1903.
All right. They do take the North Sea. The Germans do, while also defending Denmark. The French moved to North Atlantic. That makes perfect sense. There was no reason not to hit London there to help the attack from the Germans. So actually nothing about the West surprises me. The only thing that's moderately surprising is Warsaw to Silesia as opposed to Galicia, although you can make an argument for that, I think.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East.
So the Russian does indeed keep Vienna, walks into Ankara as expected. Austria survives on 1 in Budapest. I mean, it's a matter of tactics, but I mean, I'm not sure I love the Russian stab all the same. I'm not sure he's made a friend in Italy at the end of this, and he's going to want a friend.
Yeah, Italy is going to have really nice position on those dots.
Yeah.
The kaleidoscope is going to work to his advantage. Although he's got the fleet now in Trieste, but he'll remedy that very quickly. Still, he's got 3 fleets already now, 3 armies already now advanced. Plus, he gets a build. Does he get a build here? He does not. He just gets to keep all of his units. So it's worth pointing out, giving a little shout out to Jim Fan here, that he won the guessing game here, and
yes.
This was a 50-50. It turned out, North or Sweden, and he got it right. And boy, being in North is a nice place to be if you're German, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Oh, North is a good place to be, regardless of what power you are.
Yeah, I don't love this army in Silesia, I have to say. I would much rather be using it to consolidate my position in the south.
It surprised me that he went to Silesia, but obviously he's also anti-German, so
anti-everyone, I guess.
Yeah, but Germany.
He's hoping he's not anti-Italy. That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah,
we'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see about that. All right, but yeah, and that said, right, we also were ignoring the fact that Russia gets to put down 2 units here, which is a
There's
big deal.
the anti-German with the fleet
Yeah,
built.
so now fully committed. But this is, I think this is a little bit too early for Russia to be committing so hard against Germany, because the South is by no means secure, and he has just stabbed. Remember, he has just stabbed Turkey, right? So not following up down here, that strikes me as a big mistake.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, go ahead, Siobhan.
Oh, I'm just saying that in the comments, Jay Arnold does also say, "I don't love this army." So
Right, Jay Arnold being the Russian, we should
exactly.
All right, let's see what the moves are. And Siobhan, we'll stay with you.
Okay, we'll keep with it. Austria, depending on what happens in the fall. Richard, it was nice knowing you. They all just decided that this wasn't your game. The Russians coming up against a lot of problems. Yeah, he picks up Budapest, but he loses Vienna for it. He's going to come up against Italian problems. And you can push against the German all you like, but you're not going to get very far. I think he's stalled.
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, this is a tough lesson for you here, I think. Now you see really why you needed to be in Galicia. You go to Galicia, you've popped this army, you don't have to worry about it. Now you have to worry about it.
Now you have to cover Warsaw as well as trying to decide whether you're attacking Berlin or Munich. You've lost Sweden in the spring. How do you attack that? You've retreated to Skag, which is interesting. Okay.
All right. What about the West? David, tell us about it.
The Germans take Sweden. The Germans take London. The French take Munich. Now, my guess is that was sold as I need to defend Munich from the Russians. That would be my guess. But at this point, that gives Nicolas some choices here about what he wants to do in the fall.
When Nicolas says, I need to defend Munich from the Russians, don't listen.
Well, that's not completely wrong. I mean, if the Russians' position was not falling apart on him, if he had gotten into Munich, even if you kick him out, he might be able to retreat forward into Ruhr. I mean, there's reasons not to want the Russians in Munich, but still, this is really good for Nicolas, who supports the German army into London, which sounds great for the Germans until you realize that army was also helping to defend against a potential French stab into the homeland. So you're taking a spring dot, but look what the French can do if they want.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really artful turn, I think, by Nicolas in terms of rearranging his allies' units in a way that benefits him much, much more in the long run.
So good.
It's almost like the guy had won a world championship or something.
I heard a rumor about that, but I'm not sure I believe it.
I heard he also has a chip on his shoulder about the letter U and its certain placement. So perhaps that was
I will say Nicolas is just a joy to play. I've played face to face with him.
Oh, yeah.
He is such a joy, such a great guy to play with. He really is.
He really is, and I will second that quite genuinely. I played with him, last time face to face at Cascadia in Vancouver, and he's a fantastic player.
Yeah, and I played with him in Marseille. We actually hung out for a bit. We shared we split. There were 4 of us. Tanya was another one of them who we split an Airbnb in Marseille for a night and had a good time.
Nice.
And it looks like Nicolas is telling us that Germany did indeed ask him to go to Munich. So,
I'm sure that was the theory behind it. And it wasn't a terrible theory. The question is, what does Nicolas do in the fall?
Did you make him ask you to go to Munich?
Yeah, I know. All right, so let's focus on Picardy. Focus on Army Picardy as we move forward for the reveal, and he stays true to his alliance. And advances into Norwegian. So let's just appreciate a French fleet in Norwegian in the fall of 1904.
Always good.
David, I'm stealing your thunder. Please take it back.
No. That's quite all right. It was hard not to steal because that was a pretty significant non-move on the part of Nicolas. And gosh. I'm not sure, but we don't know how the negotiations were going between him and England, him and Germany, whatever. But man, I would have been tempted to go ahead and take Ruhr, take Belgium. Of course, that's me. I'm overly aggressive. So Nikolai knows what he's doing. Otherwise, anything else going on here? The Denmark move. Let's see. No, that failed.
Doesn't succeed.
That failed. So nothing else really happens. The English tried to defend themselves, and they do as well as they can, considering the French didn't attack anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East, where some stuff does happen.
Quite a bit happens, all to the benefit of the Italian, who picks up Vienna, Budapest, and Greece.
Nice.
The Russian picks up one with Bulgaria, but loses Sweden, so stays even.
Yeah, loses Vienna as well.
So Italy builds 3.
Yep.
Yikes.
I think if you were Nicola and you were going to make an argument for why you needed more builds, I mean, it's green.
It's because of Eric is very clearly the big threat on the board very suddenly. And I was rooting for Nicola and I liked his position early, but wow, we now have a 9-center Italy?
9-center Italy, and and at this point, I mean,
can anyone stop that?
Really nice positioning. Russia's going to be pulling one here unless they had a piff. 2, 4, 6, 8. No, they're pulling one. Yeah. And they, question is, could they make up with Turkey? Do they even want to?
Can Russia and Turkey get on board together to fix it? And Nicola gets one build?
Nicola only gets 1 build.
Yeesh.
To be fair, I mean, the second one would be, obviously he would put down 2 fleets, Fleet Brest and Marseille. And by not stabbing Germany here, he, doesn't have to fight Germany. He can, but England not dead.
This is a dream position to be in, is Italy.
Italy, yeah. All right, pop quiz number 2. What do you build if you're Italy? Siobhan? I'll go to David first this time.
Let's see. How many is he building? 3, for goodness sake?
Yep, 3. I think
I'll go out on a limb and say Army Venice. I still think Fleet Naples for sure. So the question is, and you don't waive. There's no argument for waiving here. So you're going to build 3. I think I'd probably build a second army. I would want to hope that Nicola does not want to come at me yet. And if I build another fleet, I guarantee that Nicola is going to have to make some kind of deal and come back to defend.
You wouldn't want to try to get the jump on getting some of those centers, Marseille, Spain.
I would, not with that many units still facing me. I know that they're disorganized and all that, but there's still a lot of cleanup to do in the East. I would prefer for France to leave me alone and for me to leave France alone. I mean, the Fleet Trieste is such a useless unit at this point. I'd like some time to get it into some kind of useful position before I start picking on the French.
Yeah, and the West is messy enough that you might just be able to get away with.
The Italians' problem is having to fight 2 front wars. That's always the Italians' problem. Okay. So why would you pick a second front until you finish the first one here?
Siobhan, do you agree?
I think the right build is Army Fleet with the fleet in Naples. I think there's a good chance we will see double fleet in Rome and Naples anyway. And I'm not Doug Moore, so I'm not going to sit here and argue for a waived build. But
a waived build would be pretty curious at this point.
Yeah, there are times to do it. This is not one of them.
I know.
And no argument for Army Naples convoy over to Albania at this point, right?
No.
I don't think so.
No, the fleet goes in Naples.
I mean, there's 3 Turkish fleets you got to deal with.
Well, only 2 because one of them's coming off the board.
That's a good point. But assuming they're going to work together, you got 3 fleets. You still got to deal with 3 fleets.
Yeah,
it's still Fleet Naples, and it should be Army Rome, Army Venice.
Yeah, I would think Ionian and Greece are both heading east here, and Trieste is going to come down. That gives you a year to try to get in position here.
Exactly.
So, and you the nice thing about this setup is that the Army Venice is going to get into Trieste, so that Rome can get up to Venice, so you don't have to worry about wasting time.
Yep.
All right, let's find out. And that's what we got. And we got a fleet in Brest as well. An army in is it a rebuild or did he? Oh, he picked up London.
Right.
But he must have.
Well, didn't he also get Sweden? I think he got Sweden.
Sweden and London.
All right, so after winter 1904, the board stands with Eric Grinnell at 9, Germany and Russia tied at 7, and Nicola sitting back in 6. All right, and let's see. So at this point, it's Eric's game to lose, correct?
That's what it seems like.
you can see a path for say Russia or France, maybe even Germany as well, but it requires Eric. It requires a turn of the dynamic here. Either Eric makes some big mistake, which seems unlikely. He's a skilled player, or strategically, France and Germany and Russia could get on the same page somehow and all work together to stop him, which also seems likely.
I think you could make an argument for Nikolai. I mean, at some point he could just drop the hammer and get some stuff.
Nicola could.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a big opportunity for Nicola in France.
Nikolai works with the Russians. They split up the German centers. The English are becoming a non-entity at this point. They got rid of their fleet in Wales. You could convoy it away. There's all sorts of things you could do if you're Nikolai, if you wanted to try to shake things up. I still think Eric's got the best shot, but I think Nikolai is the second best.
You think that Nicola in Russia would have time? Nicola in France and Jay in Russia would have time to carve up Germany.
They can do a lot of it. They can do a lot of it right now.
Yeah,
the Germans are not going to be expecting it.
Got it.
I don't know. We'll see.
You've got Eric, who's just jumped up as again the big bogeyman on the board, and everyone's going to focus on that. He's going to have other things to deal with. So why don't they have time?
Here's my pushback on that. Everyone focuses on it. It almost sounds like everyone's going to work together to do what? Somebody's going to top the board. Yeah. So why would everybody try to work together against Eric? Why don't you work for yourself to try to beat Eric to the top? That's what Nicola ought to be thinking about.
And that's, I think, exactly what Nicola's thinking. But I think a lot of players at a certain point are just like, oh my goodness, this player got so big, I need to stop them. Yeah. They aren't thinking about their own position in the midst of that chaos.
Yeah.
And that took me many, many years to think about, how do I benefit from attacking this board topper at this moment?
Yeah, I think we're totally in agreement on that for sure.
I'm actually a little bit on the other side, I have to say, and this is because I like this phrase that that causes David some chest pains, which is balance of power. So there's I think what you're advocating here for is a race to the top, that one of these other players might outrace Eric. And from my perspective, I actually think they have more to gain by their path to the top is wider if they're able to push Eric down. I don't think any of the three of them could win a race against Eric at this point, given Eric's positioning. So I would be looking for opportunities to try to hold Eric back until things are a little bit more balanced.
Well, what does that mean in this situation? Just to be, I don't want to be argumentative here, but what does that actually mean? I mean, go to Tiroli, okay, great. You're not stopping Eric in any way.
Well, I think you need to get Russia on board here as well. So Russia's got to be bringing units down. You have to find a way for Russia and Turkey to make peace so that the Turkish units can be moved against Italy. And it means France and Germany cooperating to finish off England so that they can devote more units to the south.
Germany doesn't even have a south.
Yeah.
All right, so can I argue somewhere in between the two of you? So David is race to the top, Brandon is balance of power, and then figure it out after it's balanced. Why can't we point the board at this suddenly huge Italy, which often works? Just say, guys, he just got 3. Look at his position. It's huge. And in the resulting chaos, take the top from that.
But don't you have, that doesn't work if Eric isn't actually pushed back, or at least contained.
Well, you have to believe that you can push the board to do it effectively.
Yeah.
And do you have the tactics to either guide them in the way they need to be? Do you believe that they can be guided in that way? It's why I like actual diplomatic diplomacy as compared to gunboat, because at gunboat, you can't convince people of the right way to do things, and the right way is my way, by the way.
All right, so in this case, I think Germany is the one who would have that opportunity. He needs to convince France to move all of his units to the southern front and Russia to move all of his units away, and then he's able to pick up Norway, Edinburgh, Liverpool, and steals Brest and Paris, maybe St. Petersburg as well.
I think Germany has a decent chance of that at this point, but I think Nicola has a lot to gain by sowing that chaos as well.
Really?
See, because of what you just said, Brandon, Nicola should not do that.
Exactly.
Is the Germans, and Nicola needs to benefit Nicola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I was saying that. I mean, that's Germany's path, but I don't know. For me, I don't know if it works unless Italy is actually pushed back a bit. So, for me, I would, if I were France, I think I would be trying to organize a coalition against Italy, while also trying to stay in position to stab Germany when I could.
Exactly that.
So, I mean, that's for me, that's France's path to the board top. It's to get Russia and Turkey on board working with me, keep Germany happy with fighting against England, but not too happy. And then you snag Belgium and, and
I mean, yeah, I put my money on France early on. I think I'm going to keep it there. I'll double down.
Keep it there? Oh, well, okay.
No, I mean, I think Eric definitely has the best chance. I'm just saying, Nikolai
he does too, but
if he doesn't take a bunch of centers from somebody, he doesn't have any chance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly true.
I like to double down on a bad bet. So
you're playing with house money, right? As they say.
Exactly, Nicola, you were not a bad bet. Let me be very clear here.
All right, let's actually talk about some moves here rather than the ones in our head. And David, we'll start with you in the West.
Or you could just hold, if you're Nicola, and move the fleet to the Mid-Atlantic, and move the other fleet that you spent your time getting to Norwegian back to the North Atlantic with support.
With a convoy, actually.
What?
Yeah.
I misorder. Turns out it didn't matter. With a blue dash line, English Channel convoy.
Trying to convoy to Wales?
I think he was trying to convoy Picardy to Wales.
Okay, well, that would have been a good move for sure. That's too bad.
That's painful.
This is.
And we've all been there. We've been there face to face. We've been there virtually. It's so painful this order.
Oh, that's brutal.
Germans. What are the Germans doing? They're taking Norway, which makes perfect sense. Norway kicks the Germans out of the North Sea. It's about all he could do there. I guess nothing about that's terribly surprising. The Russians did leave completely from the German front in the two armies, I mean. So, yeah, there must be some coalition talk here of some kind. I don't really like the French hold and I just don't get that. If you're not going to attack the Germans, if you're not going to be a Hood, at least be a Brandon Fogel and move down to Tyrolia or Bohemia with the army.
Mm-hmm.
And move the other army down to Marseille just in case Venice went to Piedmont. I mean, I don't know. I don't quite get all that. I mean, it's almost like he didn't pick either choice that we were giving him. Yeah. And surprisingly, since the choice he made was several hours ago and he didn't hear our choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, and look at Eric Grinnell's tactics here. So he goes to Bohemia and Tyrolia. Neither are supported. He could have supported Tyrolia in Venice into Tyrolia from Vienna, and that's the sort of thing I think we would have seen some of the other players we've covered tonight do, and that would guarantee the move, and then he'd also be able to get move Rome into Venice, but instead he just moves to Tuscany just in case there's a bounce. Mm-hmm. And it's the sort of thing where you take a chance and try to maximize the efficiency of your units, and you get away with it. And so now you have fantastic position. Right now, these armies are frozen.
Yeah.
Potentially. And well, actually, no, the German armies are free to help them out.
Sure.
But now they have to worry. Right now, he's the one on the front foot in terms of this intersection here, this interface.
With the only exception of Silesia pulling back to Galicia, which the open Vienna versus support Budapest, there's a question there, but it's a small one.
Yeah. So let's talk about the East, David. This is some interesting stuff happening with Russia here. Siobhan, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's Silesia to Galicia is the thing that stands out to me, which tells me that the Russian seems to be the only one who seems very concerned with the Italian. They had pushed over to the German line, and they're like, nope, I'm out. Take Constantinople to get a build, I suppose, and the Turk is being no help whatsoever, so why not? Cause be a headache for the Italian.
Look at the KG Eric Grinnell self-bouncing in the Aegean, which is a diplomatic move.
Uh-huh.
Trying to make sure that the Turks and the Russians continue to fight each other, which they do.
Mm-hmm.
It just really.
Yeah, that self-bounce and pulling the Trieste fleet out as expected. We'll see the Ionian clear out one direction or another very soon.
Suddenly the Russian position's much nicer though, eh? Russia's going to get 2 builds here guaranteed. Well,
That's-
actually, if Eric wants to do some funny business, Bulgaria and Romania.
there's a whole bunch of guessing around the Balkans right now.
If you don't mind me going back to my earlier rant about it would have been better for both Italy and France if they had said, yeah, let's just not move against each other and continue killing our targets.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, Italy should, you maybe they don't believe each other and that wouldn't have worked, but wouldn't it have been great if that did work for both of them? Because then Italy could have gone and gotten more stuff from the Turks and the Russians instead of having to do things like self-bouncing and moving fleets.
Self-bouncing and moving fleets.
Yeah.
But I mean, you look at the two most experienced players on this board. You've got to imagine they're anxious about each other.
True.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that these just didn't go to Aegean and Eastern Med. That would have.
Well, I think he was trying. I mean, I really do think he was trying to make a play for Russian friendship. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting anywhere near your stuff. You take them, or something like that.
Well, just conceding Smyrna then as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems to have worked, except for for Galicia.
I love
Well,
it.
that's probably just defensive, honestly.
Let's find out.
It may still work.
Well, there's lots of complicated tactics around here if they decide to attack each other. They can each guarantee one of the other's dots, but not without risking one of their own. And
It's time to get the penny out and flip the coin.
all right. Well, all right. Who thinks they're going to attack each other? Do either of you think? Siobhan raises her hand. What about you, David?
Yeah, I think Jay at least is going to attack Eric.
Okay.
And I think Eric presumes that Jay is going to attack him and will attack as a result of that.
Eric is hoping that he made a friend with the Russians, but I doubt that he did. He may have, but I kind of doubt it.
All right. Here we go. Oh, Jay. Oh, no. Oh, this is it. This is the turn.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh,
This is the
It's
turn.
good for Eric. Man, he really read that correctly.
gold.
This is Eric's just won the board top on this.
Yeah, no, this is Eric's board top, hands down. I don't think it's even his board top to lose. It's just his. Convincing the Russian to go back to Silesia, how? Like,
And going to yeah.
oh my goodness. I mean,
This is what we call a learning experience, Jay Hunold, who is a relatively new player, but has shown a lot of promise and has topped 2 boards already in the Weasels out of like 5 or 6 played. And he was going into this turn. He was in position to make a move for the board top at the end of this. He was going to go up to 9. He would have been tied. He just needed to stay even with Eric here and not give up position. And
yeah, and I'm sorry, Jay. I see you in the comments. You're saying don't love this, don't love it. We don't love it because it hurts you. This is genius play on Eric's part, both diplomatically and tactically, and he did the right thing for him. And it came at the cost of you a little bit.
yeah, it's just a learning experience. David, what are you? I haven't actually called out any of the moves. Do you want to go through them with us?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about Western moves, the French take Belgium. I mean, the French take Belgium, and that might even be arranged. Who knows? Because at this point they probably realize the French need to build.
Yeah.
Defend. I just wonder what this board would look like if Nikolai had hit Germany way back when, and had gotten way bigger. If this could have been avoided in some way. Now, I should say it's fall of 1905. This game goes on for a while, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a few more years left in us. Yeah.
There may be some other things that could still happen here, but goodness gracious.
Germany's getting a build here. Italy's getting a build here. Russia's getting 1 build. Would have been 2.
France is getting a build.
Where's from Belgium?
From Belgium.
Took Belgium.
But that's just going to help them stay even. I don't see how they can push Italy back here. There's a weakness here that the problem is getting enough units down there. So Germany's going to be pulling one here, presumably Norway, I would think.
You know, the Nikolai not moving his armies that time.
Yeah.
And, you know, he could have at least slowed some of this down some.
You're talking about this right here.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrolia or Bohemia or something.
Yeah.
Gosh. Or if he'd have moved down to Marseille, could have then bounced the guy in Piedmont. So the guy wouldn't be in Piedmont now. It's just, gosh.
And then, and if he actually accomplished the convoy to Wales, then
Yes, indeed. I know Nikolai's kicking himself about that convoy.
But I have to say,
Yeah.
if he had done that, then he'd have another fleet in Brest. I mean, the advantage would be that England would be dying faster, which
Right.
is not a small thing. But
No, it's not.
But also, he has a fleet in Mid-Atlantic now, which is going to be very useful as well. So, he'll be able to get in Spain. He'll be able to lock up the Iberian dots now. Oi, okay.
Oi is a good way to put it. Yes.
Oi.
It's hard to. This is just a little hard, right? You're a little disappointed for the new kid taking the hard lesson, but
We all have learned this lesson at one time or another.
yeah,
Well, he is building.
True.
I don't know. I'm looking for some kind of silver ray of sunshine, but I'm just not seeing it.
honestly, the biggest problem here, even more than losing the dot to Eric, is the position.
Yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you're still
Again, caused by Nicola not doing anything with his army.
in part, yeah.
That's where the position problem started.
Well, and Nikolai is classic a slow play, and that works for him sometimes, but this is not one of those times.
I have to say, so one little other comment for Jay here is like you did the hard work. This is where you got the advantage, right? You did the hard work. You risked angering Eric, getting the position that you needed, and then gave it away, right? Like the question I think in Jay's mind that he should be asking himself now is, what is it that I should have seen about my negotiations with Eric that would have tipped me off that he was going to attack me? And one of the things about that, it's hard to know exactly what the negotiations felt like, but one of the things was just that you had poked the bear here by doing this, right? So from Eric's perspective, it's hard to imagine Eric not following through with some sort of attack here, even if he just viewed it as defensive. Because if Jay is the one who gets the extra dot here, he's dropping 3 and he's got position. Jay has a real shot at the board top in that case. It's at least more of an even fight. Anyway, I don't know if I made that lesson clear enough, but
Well, I mean, the question there is what stopped you? Like you made the move, and what made you pull back? And what can we learn?
He thought he had a deal with Eric.
Yeah.
He thought he had a deal. I mean, that's, it's hard for us to really get in their heads here because we haven't heard the negotiation. And I'm not trying to pound that point, but it's an important point to remember. This is a negotiation game. This is not just a gunboat game where you're seeing where the moves are. It's a negotiation game. And it's clear that he has been convinced of something by Eric that he shouldn't have been convinced of. That's a negotiation thing.
yeah. And it's a learning experience. All right. Let's. We still got a few more years to go through here. Here's how the builds. Oh, so Russia got 2 builds. Was one of them a rebuild? Yes, the army in Bulgaria. Okay. Okay, and then so he puts down a fleet. Just a little bit of an interesting. I guess he wants to try to contest some of the activity in the Aegean here and still be able to get into Black Sea, but
Sure.
But he has to leave Sevastopol in order to get in the Black Sea. But maybe he also now gives Romania a place to.
Okay.
I think you'd rather have an army here, wouldn't you? That way you can retreat to Ukraine. You've got more of a line. Maybe you bring.
Black Sea's pretty important, and the only way to get there otherwise would have been to retreat from Khan. I don't know. You might make an argument for the fleet here.
Yeah, I guess you have this other army you can try to.
Yeah, there's some other armies to remaneuver, so fleet might be right.
You got Silesia. Yeah. Okay, I'm convinced fleet is right. Okay, and then elsewhere, nothing much of importance or surprise. Okay, let us see spring 1906, and Siobhan, let's start with you in the east.
All right. Eric continues his march into Russian dots, taking Romania. There's some shifting around in the Mediterranean, the majority of which I'll let David talk about. Pulls the armies back east. Piedmont and Venice.
What do you think of Romania retreating forward to Serbia here?
Oh, I missed that. I mean, why not?
Well, because Sevastopol's open.
Oh, Sev was open. Okay. That feels like a cute retreat rather than a thought out positional.
You can't retake Romania with Sevastopol open.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, oh, I can retreat Serbia. And then, like, afterwards, it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I think I would rather have seen Silesia go to Galicia here as well. It just feels...
I am confused at the Silesia, Galicia, Bohemia. Just like, Silesia went to Galicia, went back to Silesia, and is now working with Nicola to take Bohemia, which is fine, I guess.
All right, David, go over to the west. David, tell us about it.
Well, I like Nicola taking Lyon. I think that was a interesting, cool move. You would have thought that maybe Piedmont was hitting Marseille until you realized that Piedmont probably did want to cover Tyrolia. I don't know. I like it. I think that if that was a guess on Nicola's part, it was a very educated, smart guess. Germans are taking Edinburgh. Otherwise, there's a lot of moving around. Really, nothing to write home about. I mean, the Germans getting into Silesia means something because the Russians were able to guarantee they were moving out. Maybe that was why he went to Bohemia, to make sure that there was a way for the German army to get into play. Could have been the thinking there.
Just feels like being a little bit too careful. I think I'd rather see Munich to Tyrolia and Silesia to Galicia here. But especially with and Constantinople goes to Bulgaria here. I think that combined with Silesia to Galicia requires one of them to be the mover, actually, and so you're going to get one or the other. Oh no, Greece could have gone to Bulgaria. Anyway. It's easy to see what they should have done when you see the moves, right?
I think Greece was probably always going to the Aegean, trying to put yourself, because you don't want the Russians to get there.
Yeah, and look, let's also remember that for a newer player, working out tactics in a difficult that are complex like this in 15 minutes while also negotiating.
Hey, even for an experienced player, that can be tough.
Yeah, but this is the moment where experienced players, I think their experience really creates an advantage. You just have more resources at your disposal to work through the difficult tactics. And also, he may also be dealing with the emotional effects of getting deceived by Eric in the previous turn.
This diplomacy can be a very exhausting game, both physically and emotionally. And there's a point at which even the best of us just sort of are just like, like it gets to us. Yep,
and that's one of the reasons we love it too.
I was going to get ready to say exactly the same thing. Emotional roller coaster is part of what we're up to here.
Intensity. All right, let's see what happens fall 1906. And David, let's start with you.
Okay, so struggling for anything that's interesting really in the West except mop-up operations. It's really just mop-up operations in England. I mean, the French do get in North Africa.
Oh, and actually...
Otherwise, I would say... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, they didn't get into West. Otherwise, they'd be able to guarantee...
I mean, I don't think they could do both, but, North Africa's nice.
Yeah. Okay, and then Siobhan, what about the East?
We just got a lot of trading some dots around. At the end of the day, it looks like Italy holds on to Romania, but Russia takes Bulgaria, so 1-for-1.
Yeah, and actually, there's some nice positioning that's now, Russia and Germany actually have a little bit of purchase here.
It's Russia and Germany have figured some stuff out, taking Galicia, thank you, right call. And just keep it together. And I think you guys have the potential to at least eke a little bit out of Eric.
Yeah, now the forward retreat to Serbia actually is paying a little bit of dividends.
Yeah, we knocked it a little bit last season, but...
Yeah, I was looking more at the defensive line, but I think they should be able to retake Romania. The question is whether they can keep Bulgaria at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, for builds, we have Germany plopping down an army, and that is the only thing that happens on this board. So going into 1907, we have Eric Grinnell at 10, topping the board by 2 centers over Germany and Russia, who are tied at 8, and Nicolas Sahuguet in France at 7. And Morgante Pell holding on with 1, not likely long for this world. All right. Any reason to think? Is there any drama here? Any reason to think that they can knock Eric down enough to for one of the other 3 to take the lead?
I think that France and Russia and Germany have gotten enough of their stuff together that it's possible to take some from Eric. That German army in Galicia has got to be causing him a headache.
But Russia and Germany would have to agree on who gets what dot, right? And they each need to be the one who gets it away from Eric. If one of them gets a dot away from Eric, then they top the board.
Sure.
But who gets it?
That's the question. Can they agree on it? I don't know Jim fan Germany at all.
Well, I'm sorry, Germany's going to get 1. So if they were to, they're going to get Liverpool. So if they were to be the one to get the dot, then they would actually top alone. Whereas Russia needs to pick up 2 somehow.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's find out, and we'll start with Siobhan in the East.
So again, trading some dots. Italy takes Bulgaria back, while Russia takes Romania back. Germany in Galicia does absolutely nothing and gets piffed for its. Oh, it tries to go to Budapest with no one's. Okay, that's a choice.
Well, it ensures that Romania gets taken.
That's fair. Okay, so ensuring the Romania move. France takes Tyrolia. Thank you, Nicola. Forcing Western Med, but losing Lyon for the effort. It's a lot of shifting of units. We're coming into endgame here.
Yeah. David, talk us through the West.
The French getting into Tyrolia and then moving into Munich is interesting. But, given that we're getting towards the end of the game, you wonder what Nicolas really what is he playing for at this point? Mm-hmm. Playing not to lose anything to the Italians. But he's not he doesn't really have a board top shot. So what are you playing for at that point? I don't know. The English guy's now dead, which means the last English dot just goes, which was going to go anyway. But there's an awful lot of German units in England doing various things to kill one dot, because otherwise the Germans are sort of irrelevant to the end of the game here, and a lot of their units are, unless they went and attacked the French, which I may have done here. Knowing that the end of the game is coming, I might have just gone ahead and attacked the French. I mean, he doesn't have time to throw anything to the Italians.
Yeah, you could have. So North goes to English Channel here, gets Brest. You didn't need to pop the English army here. You're guaranteed you could use these 2 units to do it. But then you also have to. You'd have to pull these units over in order to.
Yeah, but you can do that.
And actually, maybe you don't even bother. Maybe you worry about London next year. You go to North. You go to Eddy to North here, and pull this army over so you can take Belgium as well. That's how you would do it. Yeah.
Yeah. You could take 2 out of the. I'm not Mr. Stab Happy or anything, but we know the game is getting ready to end. So your best chance, and particularly if you're one forward unit's going to get piffed anyway and not accomplish anything for yourself. I mean, you might as well try to get some centers. You might as well play like a European with the Incipit Diplo system and do a bunch of dot grabby stuff at the end of the game.
Well, this is sort of it would be kind of a realization of Siobhan's strategy before, which is it seemed like it didn't happen like the Russia and France didn't go against Italy at the time that I was suggesting it. It happened a year later, but this would still be Siobhan's strategy: get everyone else to go fight the bogeyman and then take their dots from behind.
True.
But not going to happen here.
I'm not saying I do that on board, so if you don't expect that.
You just seen other people have done it to you so often.
She has seen it on TV.
Yes, exactly.
All right, and then so sorry, was there anything else we missed down here? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, okay. We talked about theaters. Okay, so for builds, I'm sorry, we still have the fall turn to go after. So, all right, let's stay in the West. David, tell us if anything. Now we get the move to the English Channel here,
And we moved from Belgium to Holland here too. And the French take Lyon back, and the French guy in Tyrolia gets piffed, which means he gets to rebuild it back home.
So he's putting down 2
in Marseille, which is now open.
Yeah, and Brest, because there is that English Channel fleet.
Oh.
I mean, gosh.
And Eric goes down 1 here. Ooh.
He does. I was just going to say, all of that trading of Romania and Bulgaria between the two, the Russian finally wins and takes them both.
So now we have a final year. But I say we have a final year where we've got a 9988.
Love it. Can I triple down and keep my money on Nicola? Just because I like.
You know what? Honestly, the difference here is this unit.
Uh-huh.
It's this unit. If this unit is purple, then
it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. And the fact that you might see the purple unit over here and think, oh well, it's the flip side, but it's not. This unit is not useful in the way that that this unit is. I think so. Let's see. Should Jay? Yes, Jay should. Jay, you should definitely have supported Bohemia to Galicia here from Warsaw. Wow. Oh God, what was Jay thinking?
I'm not even sure what the move, unless he was being promised something.
So look, this enabled Eric.
French, yeah.
So maybe this was maybe this was negotiated by Eric. I will give you, I'll let you have Romania and Bulgaria if you will help me piff this army. It's a good deal to make on Jay's part and not keep.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the deal, this is a good deal to make and not honor.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Oh my God, we're coming into a final year of this.
Yeah, we've lost David.
Love it. No, let's.
All right, let's push forward. Yeah. So in terms of builds, we get. Oh, but he had to pull one, and he's pulling Galicia.
We just spent so much time talking about how amazing that unit was. Okay.
Whoa. If you know this is going to be the final year.
Well, I did see in the comments that they were hours away from the time call.
Is that right? Okay.
So this was not called on account of time.
So why? So we only get 1 more year here. Why is it called?
I feel like there's so much play here. I mean, what happens in this year? Nicola builds, I think, what we all expect, given the English Channel and given the fleet in Piedmont.
Nicola has a lot of structural weaknesses here. I mean, he's certainly going to lose Munich, and
based on what I've seen between Russia and Germany and Italy, is he going to lose Munich?
Yeah, who knows?
Like, I mean, and I'm trying not to look at the comments because I feel like there might be spoilers there, but I saw some comments earlier about how fast this game felt to all of the players. So I think everyone felt very rushed, very pressed for time.
God, this is cool.
Oh, I love coming into an end year like this. I'll triple down for Nicola because why not?
All right, let's look at the positions as they are. Let's give this some thought because this is.
Oh my God. Okay. The fleet and the English. I mean, Nicola can defend Mao.
I don't. So if you're Germany, let's figure out what Germany would do here. So London to north, obviously. Liverpool to Irish.
Yes.
Convoy, Wales to Picardy.
That's, I think, the right call.
Kiel, he actually has to worry. So Kiel could be attacked here.
Well, Convoy Wales to Picardy, unless you think Nicola would cover Picardy.
Maybe you convoy to Belgium here so that if Kiel gets attacked, you're guaranteed Belgium. Like he can't do Belgium and he can't cover Belgium and support back on Kiel. David's back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, David, we are just taking a moment to appreciate the fact that we have 1 more year of this game.
Yes.
And 9988.
Trying to figure if any. One question I have is: does anybody have the obvious edge? So we were neglecting the fact that Eric had to pull a unit and he pulled Galicia. Yeah, you can question whether that was the right call or not. But given the board as it stands right now, like, you know,
Well, I liked Eric until he pulled that unit. Why would you not pull the fleet in Piedmont? What is that doing for you?
well, you had to worry about Tuscany, right? Like, you might think that Tyrolia could do. If you know, it's different if you know it's the final year, right?
Which we unfortunately do know, and I don't know if you were here for the comment, David, that this did not come up against a hard stop time limit.
Okay,
They called it on their own.
I see.
So let's say you don't. Let's say you know that there's a time limit coming, but maybe you think there's 2 or 3 years left. If you went, you could fit 2 or 3 more years in. Let's approach it that way.
If this game is not going to end anytime soon, it's got a heck of a lot of play in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Heck of a lot of
For everyone who's alive.
yeah. Like, so
Yes.
much that.
Oh, there's no question about it. This would be fascinating in a non-time limited game. This would have been a fascinating finish.
This is the kind of game that I see at my tournaments that I run go till like 2, 3 in the morning. And I'm exhausted as the TD, staying up, taking draw vote after draw vote after draw vote when I know they're all going to fail. But
And could
So what
easily.
you're saying is who has the obvious advantage? Is that the question?
Yeah, but I have to say, this could easily, if this game were to go indefinitely, it could easily end in a solo. Even though there's only 4 players left and they're evenly balanced, like it could shift back and forth enough that somebody finally loses their temper, or like once
I
they.
think we're close to someone losing their temper, which is maybe why it drew.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. So all right, let's try to figure out. Does anybody have? For me, I feel like France has the worst position of the 4.
He can't really hold Holland, obviously.
There's too many questions around Holland, Belgium, Brest.
And Munich.
Munich,
eventually.
I mean, in theory, he could hold Munich if he takes. I don't know. I agree. I think Nikolai's position is the least awesome. Although, in theory, the Italians could lose Tunis right now if the Aegean hit the Ionian. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah.
all sorts of interesting things here.
But he would have to do that. Nikolai would have to leave 3 fleets down there, and maybe even the 4th because of the fleet Piedmont.
That's true. Yeah.
So that means to do that, he would leave himself open, and the German could easily have Mid-Atlantic then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in a few turns.
All right.
Yeah, I like the Germans' position a lot.
Yeah.
I even like there was a lot to say for the Russian here now that Galicia is gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if this game was going to continue and you could put some diplomatic play into it, Russia's position is the best.
Sure.
If it was going to keep going for a while, because maybe you could play things off and eventually jump down and attack the Germans again or something. I mean, all kinds of possibilities. But your question's a very valid one. Right now, who's got the edge? With Germany at 8 and Russia at 9 and Italy at 9. Because it's not France. It's a tough question.
It's great.
We've been thinking that Eric was clearly leading in this game, but he's clearly not leading in this game anymore. Not clearly ahead.
Yeah.
I
I honestly think we just need to move forward with the moves because we could spend half an hour making cases for each of them.
I have to say, I lean a bit towards Russia, even in the short term, with the right tactics. Italy is still a little bit spread out. Russia can focus all of their units on the Italian. They should be able to pick up.
Where are they going to get, though?
Look, assuming if they get into Galicia and stay in Bohemia, then because they've got the spare armies in Khan and Sev and the fleet in Black, you tap. If you get into Galicia, then you can tap Greece and Budapest. Guarantee. No, you can't guarantee Serbia. There's still some guessing over.
You could take Budapest maybe if you. Well, no, there's still guesses in almost anything you do. There's guesses.
Yeah, but the guesses are in your favor because the guesses are all about Italy defending rather than rather than you. The guesses are all on Italy's dots rather than your dots.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right. So my vote's on Russia for the best position, but I think my money would be on Grinnell if I have to be honest, just because I think he has a tactical edge over Jay here.
Okay.
And I haven't seen the
Go along with that.
from Germany that would be needed to take it.
I don't know. Germany's position's pretty decent. I might put my money on Germany here if he does the right moves. Nikolai just doesn't have much to defend with.
Yeah, I think so. Germany, I think Germany has. Germany should be able to get 2 here unless Russia and Italy support Munich here. I think Germany should be able to pick up 2 out of Belgium, Holland, and Munich. All right, let's see how it works out. Germany makes the worst moves in terms of
Good.
Germany.
Gracious. What?
yeah.
It's yours, David, but
Yeah, tell us about it, David.
Germany has struck some kind of deal with the French, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Honestly, there is no explanation for that. You're just moving out of the way.
Yeah.
Nikolai went to Belgium because he was expecting to bounce the convoy or something. I'm sorry. I have nothing there. I have nothing. The French getting into Tyrrhenian from Lyon is pretty significant.
Yeah.
yes.
They can guarantee Tunis now.
Good for Nikolai, but I just don't get what Jim is doing here, and
I will
we
say
can explain to us, but
I
I
did
just don't
see
get it.
some comments that apparently Jim in Germany came up against some power issues and wasn't really able to negotiate in some of the later years because California is, as you can see by the shine on my forehead, going through a heat wave, and there have been some rolling blackouts as a result. So that may have played into what's going on.
Fair.
All right. So in the East, we have Russia and Italy working together here.
Yeah, they've decided that this is the end times and they're okay with where we are.
Jay, man, like again, another good deal to make and not honor. If you're in Galicia here, I mean, maybe Eric is saying in the comments that he was threatening to throw dots. But
Yeah.
like, does so what? I mean, you're finishing second anyway.
Yeah, I do see from Nicola that apparently they may have agreed to the draw because of the power issues that Jim was going through.
Oh, I'm sorry, I take that back. Russia is tied for the board top here.
Yeah. Maybe that's the deal.
Yeah.
Huh. The game goes on.
We got to finish the year, right?
I mean, the move to Ukraine at least signals that he's thinking about, forward movement here.
A little bit.
All right. Then fall 1908. He goes for it. All right, finally.
He goes for Galicia.
Yeah, but there's still
Not a whole lot else.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't?
Oh.
God, is this the dot throwing? I mean, why wouldn't Nicola?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take Tunisia here?
If Nicola had taken Tunis, would not he have topped this board? Because he took London. If he'd also taken Tunis.
Well, he's going to tie for the board top.
Maybe that was the deal.
Oh, I see. A 9997.
But why take that deal? If you're Nicola.
Maybe the deal was, I'm Germany. I'd like for this to be able to play out. I'm having issues. Can we just end this game and nobody try to take advantage of the fact that I'm having to give up? Why don't we make the rest of you guys have 9? I don't know. That could have been.
Eric in Italy says, if you dot me for Tunis, I will throw all my dots to Russia and make sure you never board top.
It would have been entertaining to see.
Eric, I agree with your comment about the fleet getting into the Aegean. That's what I said earlier about you did not want the Russians ever to get into the Aegean because it changed the equation. I totally agree.
Yeah, when did that happen again?
Back, there was some time when he did something else. Yeah, he moved to the Ionian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is well done on Jay's part, man. To contain the beast, like he definitely played with fire, and we thought that he got seriously burned, and it's just a little.
Well, I just want it for the record that I was pretty much right, and I tripled down on Nicola, and he did board top.
That's funny. I don't. Well, Germany's moves here are perplexing.
Yeah, I mean you can't really account. You couldn't predict something like that, but that's because it was an outside factor that caused the end of the game to be done this way. Which is
somewhere in California, and it is very warm, and the heat clearly got to him, and his power was out. So
it's their game; they can do what they want with it.
Yeah, well, now at this point, right now, it's France's game to lose. If Germany's just gonna be walking away. But
yeah.
But I don't think. I think the deal was end it. I'll give you this stuff so you can end on 9, but let's end the game.
Yeah.
And Nikolai was not going to go back out of that.
No, basically a gentleman's agreement to three-way top the board at 9.
Yeah.
Oh, three-way board tops make me sad. Just plain.
Even when they're kind to someone who's having issues.
Well, I just think I'm just talking in a platonic sense, divorced from any reality. It's just
fair.
Just sad.
Because we all exist to make Brandon entertained.
Entertain me, yes.
And when he's not entertained, ain't nobody going to be happy if Brandon ain't happy.
The entire purpose of DBN is to entertain me and the other founders.
Obviously.
Brian Preble.
That's why I'm here.
Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, the collective sense of disappointment is.
I'm not disappointed so much as it just feels really anticlimactic for how much play was left on this board.
Yeah. And also just how balanced it was going into that last year, and how surprising that balance was, because it felt like it was on the verge of tipping into a seriously imbalanced state several times, and the board managed to bring it back.
I do like the way Jay came back to be in the 9s. I like that.
Yeah. That was great.
Yeah. Well done, Jay. Well done, Nicola, for talking your way into a split board top as well.
Sure.
It's not a whole lot of points. It's 26 for the 3 shared toppers and 20 for the for Jim.
It's points though.
Yeah, and that'll be a good third score. That'll help the average of the rest, which is part of the calculation as well. All right, guys. Well, that does it for the coverage of the games. Do you guys have any thoughts you want to share about the evening as a whole? Siobhan, start with you.
As always, it's so much fun to comment on these games, and this time I hope no one's actually mad at me. No, we comment on them because we love the game of diplomacy, and watching these games happen in such crazy times is such a joy. And so I'm so glad to see so many new names, and well, not faces because I don't actually get to meet you, but thank you.
David?
Well, yeah, I'll just echo that this is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, I'm sure, for the players, and it's a lot of fun for me, not just to commentate, but to see something really cool that started up this year in the diplomacy hobby, which is not just the virtual conventions. We've had to go virtual because of the COVID thing. We've got now a virtual diplomacy league that will have a great raison d'etre once the virus is conquered. And that is very exciting for me, and I hope exciting for everyone to see that we've got a totally new way to play diplomacy that's really going to catch on, and let people play, with people all over the world live. That is just so incredibly cool, and it's even cooler that we get to commentate on it.
Yeah, we had players in Singapore, Melbourne, Australia, and the Netherlands, as far flung as that. So. Really,
and a whole bunch of players in British Columbia. They didn't know they were in British Columbia. In British Columbia.
Yeah, Sam Feldman, you live in British Columbia now.
Tanya as well. Yeah, the British Columbia diplomacy hobby is exploding. All right,
they were already good.
So the Virtual Diplomacy League, yeah, it's this thing that is now kicking into high gear. 4 games in one day, and this is going to happen at least once monthly for the rest of the year, and then they're going to stage a championship game in January, and the winner of that will automatically qualify for the DBN Invitational, which will be staged in February. If you didn't hear our spiel about that earlier, the details are on our website, so please go check that out, diplobn.com. If you guys have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please do so. We now need to start pushing that because we're figuring out how this works. And coming up, we've got the Weasel Moot in 2 weeks. That is a 2-weekend event So please check out our website for details on that, or go to the Windy City Weasels website, windycityweasels.org. Feel free to email us if you guys have any questions about any of this, or any requests for information. If you have a tournament that you're running that you think should be an automatic qualifier, or at least should count in the standings for the DBN Invitational, please email us at info@diplobn.com, or go to the website. You can get that email as well at diplobn.com. And we will have updated standings. We have the VDL standings on our webpage, diplobn.com. I'll see if I can update those before I go to bed tonight. In the future, we'll be slick enough to have these standings ready to go as soon as the games are over, but we're not quite there yet. Did I miss anything in terms of upcoming events? Anything you guys think?
Not in the immediate future, no.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching, and thank you for the active commentary in the chat. And we'll look forward to getting this going again in 2 weeks for the Weasel Moot. We'll see you guys all then. Also, go watch Deadline. The August episode of Deadline, our news show anchored by David Hood, is on the YouTube channel. That is Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And we'll have single game edits of this stream up probably in the next few days, so keep an eye out for that if you want to relive some of the action as it happened. Thank you to Brian Sheldon, who joined us for Game 1 tonight. Thank you, Siobhan Nolan and David Hood, for commentating on the other games. Anything, I guess we already did final thoughts. We'll just call it an evening. Thank you guys, everyone out there, for watching. Be safe and stab well.
Good night, y'all.
Thank you.